Alright, so last time on Fire Emblem Tabletop, you guys left the town. You traveled for a bit in the pouring rain until you came upon a gentleman and his wife who needed help. Their carriage kind of slid off a cliff during a mudslide. You rescued them both, only to find out, gasp, the wife was afflicted and quite terribly. Kind of the final stages of it, if you will. So you guys ended up actually killing her, and you buried her right next to camp. So you guys just kind of spent your whole session doing that absolute normal one in the camp today. So you now have this. You now have a Stein, who is the husband, hanging out in your camp. And there were some dreams. What happened dream wise?
Val got one.
Val got one. What did Val get? Hold on, I can
Yeah.
scroll up in my document. I write these things.
Wasn't it
down.
Godfried nursing home moment?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You had a dream where you were Godfried.
And Val
Calling that a
picked up a
nursing
whole
home
dead
is-
corpse.
You
And-
deadlifted a dead guy.
And Aleka was like,
What
You know, Trikey, nursing home is a generous word for that morgue that he was running. Like, fuck, dude.
Hospice. It was hospice.
Yes.
All right, and then oh yeah, Gare had a dream where he was Edwin, and
That's right.
he had a very personal moment with one of Edwin's teachers. Kind of spoke to his soul specifically.
Yeah.
So he did a magic also, and he's kind of pleased about that.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that, I think we kind of had a very condensed session last time. A lot happened, but it was all the same thing.
Yeah.
Other than that, let me just quickly go through these system updates since I forgot to do that last week. The big one is that there's a FAQ now. There's a card, which is on the Twitter, which is Dragon's Table RPG. That's just got like some basic Q&A about the system and the adventure we're playing, which is of course the planned packaged adventure. Which is why I'm making you all test it. Of course, anyone that plays it in the future will have the advantage of knowing all the mechanics, but I love keeping you guys in the dark. It's fun for me.
It's super fun, honestly.
It's
super
fun.
I mean, the advantage of releasing a new system is that probably no one else will know about it unless the DM tells them. What else? Let's see. Oh yeah, we did this last time, but bad weather now makes a -5 debuff to traversal checks. Pretty much universally. The brain death permanent effect now allows for afflicted units to die. Before, it was pretty much universally they could not die, but now it's a coin flip whether or not they die. So yeah, Edwin can look forward to the sweet release of death at some point, but not yet.
Oh god.
Still a less than 1%.
Yeah, we did the calculations.
by a lot.
It's less than like 1, but like more towards 0 for.
Yeah.
They are like, that's the thing. Is most of the characters have like at least less than a 1% chance of dying, except for Val.
I don't know how that happened. Is Val's luck growth really bad?
Yeah, it's 30%.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's okay though, because Val's got her super cool sword. Val will be okay, and you've got Lothair out there somewhere, so maybe she can help in the worst case. What else? Bioedit's skill description has been edited, as well as some other skills. I went back and I changed some other skills, so now it's going by the beat the caster's wisdom thing instead of a locked number. Before it was just you have to beat 10. Now you have to beat the caster's wisdom.
Which can be good or bad.
Which can be very good if it's someone with high wisdom on your team, but very bad if it's someone with high wisdom on their team. But who can say why I updated that specifically? Anyways.
Godfried. It was Godfried.
He doesn't have it. You sold that skill. Anyways, craft is now considered a learned skill. There's another category of inherent skill, which is learned. So there's Holy Blood, there's learned, and then there's like species type skills. So this one's a learn skill. Craft is no longer a category.
Inherent.
No, it's still inherent. It's just not its own category. You can
Ah.
learn craft, just as you can learn. There's a bunch of other things that I added. Enchant weapon is now in the inherent skills, and for all you dragons out there, be on the lookout for opportunities to acquire Grant Blessing, which allows you to bestow your own custom holy blood onto.
Ooh.
So all you Archibalds out there. There's also another one in there, but I've redacted it aside from the name. So don't look at it.
Your own
Okay.
custom holy blood. Oh, the implications of that are so
You would
dangerous
have
my
to
character.
choose one blood to universally give to everyone, but like everyone you do a blood ritual with, but you do it the same way the Crusaders did it back in the day. Take a little take a little drinky
Drink up.
drink.
Dinky dink.
That's way safer than what Beatrix is doing.
Yeah, I mean, she was doing stabbings and stuff, but this is, the
Is she-
holy
did
dragons
she
are
have
classy
to
about
do-
their blood rituals.
Does she have to do that, or is that more just because she and her girlfriend were into it? Like,
Maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. You're gonna judge them? It was consensual.
It was
It
consensual.
was completely consensual. It's fine. Maybe not safe or sane, but
definitely
Yeah.
consensual.
definitely consensual. And the other thing was, the manual has been updated with some various other things. The big one is that the official write-up for exactly how affliction works and the different degrees of it, how you get it, possible ways to cure it, is in the manual now. Anyone who's currently playing in this call has been forbidden from looking at it because, not gonna lie, some spoilers in there. So please don't touch the manual.
I guess.
If
My
I'm
eyes
about
are
to edit
completely
something
shut.
affliction related, I'll drop an @ in the chat, like, don't look at the manual right now because it's not highlighted. But yeah. That was. Does anyone have any questions or other stuff?
I think I'm set.
Yeah.
Everyone good?
Mhm.
Reginald
Yeah.
smells like cheese! Alright. Nice.
oh, okay.
He smells like cheese. Okay. Alright. Well then, all of you wake to muddy ground. It's not raining anymore, but the ground is muddy. The air is very humid. It's kind of nasty out, and it's an overcast, dreary day to fit the mood. How we doing, everybody? Who wants to start?
Ooh.
Do you want me to just go down the line?
Did I
Yeah.
sleep?
Did you what?
Did
Did
I
you sleep?
sleep?
I don't believe you.
Oh
did.
yeah, weren't you?
You're still awake. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
What's Archibald been up to? Let's start there.
Fuck, I asked that question without considering that would mean that I would have to go right now.
Funny enough, Sam works the same way as bosses do. The last one to instigate gets my
Okay.
focus.
I've drawn aggro. Anyway, yeah, Archibald's awake, I guess. I mean, shit, what does the guy do alone at night? He's mainly just sort of up and about. I imagine there's a small fire going for a while, but eventually that gets put out. It's just sort of him looking around, waiting, watching to see if anything happens anywhere. Like, does anything happen during the night?
Nope. Aside from your guest, Stein. He wakes up once in the night. He sits up, but he eventually goes back to sleep. He doesn't really do anything. You can kind of hear him crying a little bit, but he doesn't move.
Yeah, that's rough. But
He's awake now.
I get
He's awake in the morning.
sure, but I mean, I guess if Archibald's up, he'll just start getting breakfast or something ready. Maybe just the fire started up for breakfast. Who has currently got? Would Archibald know who has the letter writing stuff for all this. Is that Val?
A couple different people have it. Godfried has one, Val has one, and then I think
Edwin
was the
might
last
have one.
Yeah.
That being the case, never mind. Yeah, no, I guess he'll go around, gather some wood, go to the fire pit where it's all like burned out from the night before, start setting up a new
there
one.
was no fire the night before. I forgot to say that. Remember, it was super rainy. We
That's
could not
right.
get the
Is
fire
it
going.
raining now?
No, it's post rainy, so everything's soaking wet. But
Yeah, in that case, he's going to start trying to get a fire going, and hanging up some stuff to get you know, stuff dried off from the heat. And after a little while of like all the logs and sticks around being wet, and like what supply he has, he just like stares very flatly at the fire pit, and then just what? Just little dark fire explosion in the middle of camp, and there's just a roaring fire. Just
the
like-
the man who is awake, he's kind of sitting cross-legged in his little lean-to, looking. He's got a very like hollow expression on his face. He actually does jolt at that. He's like, huh.
This is a very quick thing. If he's not paying attention to me, then he didn't know. It's like Corin, halfway between. Just
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Before I go to everyone else, I need everyone who's not Archibald to make a luck check. Or a luck save. I should say a luck save.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh no.
why?
I think the ground is not good.
Oh no.
4.
Oh no,
Okay.
Edwin.
oh girl.
Girl. 9.
Not as bad as it could be.
Yeah. I rolled, my luck is -1, so it was a 10.
Val also got a 9.
Also got a 9.
Oh.
All right, everyone who got less than a 10, you wake up sniffly and cold.
Yeah.
You wake up feeling slightly under the weather.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, all 4 NPCs are fine.
Of course they are.
If Archibald wants to make a check, I figured he'd be fine because he's lizard. But if he wants to make a check, you may go ahead. It's up to you.
The man just ignited an entire campfire with his fucking spit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why he's probably fine.
Yeah.
I feel like
Come
dragons get sick a
Yeah.
little less.
I wish my snot could do things like ignite campfires. That'd be a lot more useful.
Mm.
I wish I didn't have as much snot because my sinuses are fucking me right now.
Yeah, but I can actually hear it.
Wait,
now that you say it.
which characters are currently not feeling well?
I think
Octavia.
Edwin Anvil. I think
So fucking
the
everyone.
3 PCs.
Yeah,
the 3
Three
PCs
PCs that are
have to roll.
applicable.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
everyone rolled below a 10, so.
Yeah.
All right, so everyone who's sick is going to be suffering from a speed debuff of -4 until you are better. This may go away before combat. Depends how quickly you get into combat.
All right.
And if you're awake, maybe lying there sick, eventually just woof, fire noise.
All right, so Valente, we'll start with you. How you doing? Aside from
Yeah. I mean, Val just had the Godfrey dream.
Dream.
Anyway,
Added some
dream.
dreams.
Don't.
Sorry.
I'm
That's why I don't do
listen.
accents.
It really was something. He just had a dream, and he thought it was odd. He was like, another one of those dreams where he was like, I think that was supposed to be important, but because it wasn't me because I didn't have context, I have no idea what happened. So he's already like a little bit like, and then that happened, and now he's sick. So he's in a pretty bad mood, I'll say. He was not doing good the day before.
It hasn't improved.
It has gotten much worse.
Uh-huh.
I think he gets up, puts on his armor, and then he sits in front of the fire looking like shit.
All right. Oop. Hello. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Discord.
Ew.
Very cool.
No.
Okay, so Valente's in front of the fire, getting a little bit warm. Edwin, how we doing?
He didn't get a dream, but he probably didn't sleep very well if Garrett had his dream.
Yeah,
No,
you
Sam-
also wake up feeling like shit.
Yeah, Sam did reveal
But, like,
the
double
process
shit.
of giving a
Double
dream
shit.
Yeah.
is terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was lore dropped in the other chat that I should mention for the purposes of recording. If you donate, I'm gonna say donate a dream to the pool, you pretty much universally wake up feeling like when you take a nap at like 5 p.m. in the middle of winter and you wake up
Yeah.
at like 9 and you it's just like you're the groggiest thing on the planet. You feel like shit. That's pretty much what happens. So Edwin, you feel like double shit. I'll just say triple shit because you did assist in the killing of a woman.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's having a really bad day.
Wakes up and remembers everything that happened yesterday and also feels like shit, and he's like, I'm just gonna lay here for like 10 more minutes.
All right, Edwin hanging out in his tent, well deserved. Lay on the ground. All right, Octavia.
Well, she wakes up, remembers what happened yesterday, and also feels like shit because she was digging a grave out in the rain, and it's having an effect.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm thinking, like, part of her wants to go back to sleep, but the other part of her is just like, we have to move anyway. So she gets up and starts, like, packing away certain things, but doesn't pull down the tent yet. It is hoping it'll dry a little bit before it needs to get bundled. And then goes to the fire and sits next to Valente quietly.
Gare comes out of his tent and he looks like he's got like trepidation. He's not sure of the vibe because the vibe of the general like common area is absolutely atrocious right now. Because everyone is sick and you've killed a woman, etc. But he's just gonna scoot out of his tent and just kind of sit next to Valente like awkwardly. Like, I don't really know if I should say anything right now, but I'm hungry. Amalthea eventually also kind of crawls out of her tent and she's covered in mud. You don't really know how that happened. But she's still covered in mud. She just kind of sits on the ground, which is again still muddy, but she doesn't seem to care. Nero and Godfrey do not make an appearance.
I will say when Gare sits next to Val looks minutely better. Like he looks like, all right, I can. That was nice. I feel slightly better, but he is still sick and he is still hashtag going through it. So
all right, you're all sitting around this fire.
Archibald will watch everyone be sad and wet and approach the campfire and just sort of appraise to see if anyone has any emotions or thoughts other than being sad and wet. And after determining no, he'll stand up and go, "Oh, start on breakfast for everyone."
Thank you.
Or something. And then he'll go over to where we keep the food and be like, what do we even have?
What do you guys have?
I don't know.
Like grains. Maybe we kept some egg or like cheese for long-term dairy.
I'm gonna say like eggs and
Rant. Eggs are not dairy.
No, I meant the cheeses. I meant the cheese. I didn't mean the eggs.
Christ.
I know eggs aren't dairy.
Okay, good. Because I did actually have to have an argument with someone about whether eggs were dairy or not.
Eggs are not dairy.
Do you milk an egg out of anything? The
People,
fuck?
Listen, to
Well-
them it's like if an animal produces it, it's dairy, right? It's like no,
No.
it's a protein. What's wrong
Is
with you?
shit dairy? Like,
Protein.
come on
One
now.
of
To them,
One
like,
of
yes.
them is milk, and the other comes out of a cloaca.
Ew.
Yeah, there's a difference.
You guys missed the conversation me, Andrew, and Annika had last night about Archibald's
Oh.
cloaca. But I'm not gonna.
No.
I'm going to need.
Oh,
I'm going
I
to need
forgot
the
about
deeds
that.
when we're no longer on air.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
No,
have
no,
the
Sam.
discussions
Sam
later.
just sort of. Sam revealed something. She asked what Archibald's cloaca was like, and I was like, what the fuck? And
Not
And
out
then
of
it went
context.
on-
We were having a conversation where this context made sense, and I don't sound unhinged.
Okay.
but then you asked about, well, what does his like dick look like? Because when he's like not a lizard, he's like a man.
Mhm.
I was like, I don't know, normal probably. What does Godfrey's dick look like? And she was like, well, and I was like, what? What do you mean you have thought? I mean, of course
You
she's
think
thought
about
about
all sorts of anatomy when you're creating a character.
Yeah,
You have to.
you gotta build the whole boy. You can't just build part of it and then leave a little spud over the middle.
it. And I'm omitting her long-winded tangent about what she headcanoned Archibald's dick looked like. It was really weird.
What?
And she
I
that
kinda
that
wanna
laugh of
see that.
desperation, that was not me, because I'm not making that up. She said some weird fucking shit about.
Well, Annika was in the chat with me, and you know how we get. Anyways, we get silly.
Boy.
Okay, so basically breakfast, not
Breakfast.
from a dragon's cloaca.
Yeah, breakfast.
Yeah, walk around like eggs, whatever passes for meat here. Like if we've got that, do we have like a potato? Some potatoes, something.
One
Well, it's
potato.
harvest, and also Godfrey
Yeah, they
doesn't eat meat.
Definitely gave you like veggies and shit. Like they
Uh-huh.
harvest
All
those.
right, which means it's omelet time for Archibald because he's like, man, I said I'll like cook for 10 people and then didn't consider that I had no plan. Okay, grabbing eggs and like whatever we have really that could go in an omelet or omelet adjacent thing, and like whatever meat would go on the side of breakfast, and starts just like setting up a pan, dumping it. Let's find like the biggest pan that we've got, like a metal sheet or something, or like, and he's just gonna make like the biggest fucking omelets, like like a pizza that you can like cut apart
like a
for the pan.
frittata. He's making poor man's frittata.
Mm. Yum.
I'll assume that you are on point with that because I don't.
No,
know.
yeah.
Yes, then. Whatever that thing you just said that I've forgotten.
You guys
somehow
gotta
was.
get like a buster sword or something that you can just cook food on.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
but
Octavia tried to cook with the index sword and it didn't go well.
yeah.
Like this. It looks like that.
Yum.
Yum.
Massive metal surface, tons of eggs, vegetables, and stuff scrambled into, well, not scrambled, it's like an omelet,
You
But,
could Denver scramble. You could just make a
yeah.
scramble.
Yeah, and
He
it's
sets out
it's
to
like
make an omelet and it
there-
ends up
there-
as
you-
scramble.
yeah, you see him like piling up like the supplies for obviously like an omelet or something, and
Uh-huh.
he's like coming back and forth, and then he walks over with like a pan, looking at it, is like, walks away, and then he just comes back and just like a big fucking thing, like a whole ass, like this is what you'd make like a stew for an entire party. It's like, sure. And it's like just starts making the biggest fucking. It's like there's like an omelet in there, but like also there's a bunch of scrambled because like there's no way in hell to make just an omelet that big. Just like
Uh-huh.
there's omelets, and then everyone else who wants it can get like the giant scramble.
All right, excellent. Amalthea, noticing you're making big scramble, climbs out of her little mud seat, and just kind of hovers very close to you.
Hey kid,
What?
I said, "Hey, kid."
She makes loud sniffing noises.
Yeah,
That smells
bit
good.
wet. Yeah, well, I figure, I can cook. I've been around a while. I'm an old man, as you put it.
Yeah, you're pretty old.
Well, I don't know. You want to help with making the omelet, or are you just gonna?
How do I help?
Well, I mean, at this point, we've got most of the stuff around. I don't know. There's like sausage and meat over there. You want to like help me like try that up on the side after I get, or go get one of the small pans, and bring it over here for me with the sausage.
Amalthea, after running away and rifling through all of your cookware extremely loudly, just like clang, clang, arrives back with one of the small pans.
All right, here, and I'll take the pan in my hand and put it on the fire. It's like, here, well, you stand next to me and just like put the sausages on there, turn them after like a few minutes. Yeah, just like hand her everything she
She
needs.
does so, holding the pan up to your face every couple of minutes so you can check her work. She spends most of the time just kind of poking. Not really turning, just poking.
Yeah.
She doesn't really know how to cook in a pan.
Yeah, no, this is a learning experience. It's like,
Yeah, learning experience.
yeah, no, you got to take the
If
time.
if she shoves one in her mouth when you're not looking, you saw nothing.
Honey, that
Hang on.
might still be raw.
She only does so after the smell of cooking meat has become evident for a while.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Only once it starts
well,
to smell good.
Archko rolled a 5 on perception for that, so no.
Did not notice. I'm gonna say that maybe like Gare notices, but he's not gonna say anything because he has to build rapport with this small child.
Yeah, I imagine the omelet, the Giga omelet scramble, whatever, is probably getting done at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Are we done? Are you good? All right. Is it looking good? Think you're done?
She says something through a mouthful of not sausage, maybe.
Sorry. Could you maybe swallow? Or
Done.
speak up. Done?
Done.
Is it a look over, make sure it's actually done? Yeah. Well
it's
done.
kind of done. Done enough.
All right. And
At this point, Nero and Godfried have also kind of emerged from the tents, whether from the loud noise or from the smell of food. You're not sure.
yeah. So I mean, I'm not exactly sure how you'd serve the giant. Like I know
I'm
how you'd
assuming
serve
we
it.
have plates. Like someone
No,
has
yeah,
plates,
but
right?
it's not like I could take it off the campfire easily. That'd be weird. But I'll
I
leave
think
it on there.
Valente has like a spatula or something, or like a spoon.
Yeah,
You definitely
I'll
have
go.
like a knife somewhere.
Yeah, I'll go run and grab some plates and start. I'll collect some silverware together and then start loading up. Giant. It's like pizza slices, but it's just egg and vegetable and meat and
Well,
like some
quiche.
potatoes and
Quiche.
sausage on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you cut into a quiche like that.
Yeah.
Are you
Or
offering
frittata.
any to your guest?
They said cooking for
The,
like 10 people.
are you? Oh, you mean Nero?
No, I mean Stein.
9.
Oh,
Nero
no,
is
he
taking
was.
her own.
No. Stein was included by default.
Okay, are you giving any to
This
Nero? She was gonna take her own if you
You
did.
misunderstand. I'm not forgetting Stein. That was a slight against Nero.
Stein will take the plate from you.
Yeah.
And he will kind of like follow you back to the campfire.
Yeah, I'll kind of go person to person and dole it out if they're not currently sitting there trying to pilfer the food directly into their mouth.
Amalthea moment.
Yeah. And walk around. Let's see. I feel like there was something else I was about to do before that little tangent about
Sorry.
Nero seconds ago. I'm not actually going to deny Nero food or something stupid like that, but like, just hand it to her and nod quietly.
Mhm.
I don't know how you nod silently.
Nod loudly. Your neck makes cracking noises.
Yeah, Jesus.
It's the humidity.
Yeah.
Does that
And
really
once-
affect the crunchiness of a person's bones?
No, it doesn't. I just
No.
said it.
Damn, I live in a
Okay,
pretty
okay, Grandma.
It's only like I think when storms are about coming, your bones can ache.
It has to do with
Okay, Grandma.
It has to do with the fluid in between your joints. Sometimes, depending on the pressure changes, it has to do with
Yeah.
joint
full of fluids.
specifically.
Is that
And-
real? I always assumed
Yes.
that was in the same tier as the whole onions in their ears thing.
No,
It's real. It's 100% real.
Mhm.
My friend Elsie had a brain that was so sensitive to pressure changes that she would get migraines before storms would hit.
Damn.
And so she'd text us. She's like,
It is coming.
"Storm's coming," and we're like, "What?" And every time she was right.
Yep.
It's like the gift of prophecy in fantasy, except you just get a headache and then
Yeah.
Yep.
rain. A headache and then you're wet.
It's the original Weatherman.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, you guys are all around this fire now. You're eating your food. This guy is with you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Edwin will come out of his tent eventually.
Oh
too.
yeah, Edwin also.
Yeah. Is Godfried out?
Yeah, Godfried emerged
Okay.
sometime after Archibald started cooking.
Archibald will move some of the stuff he hung to dry by the fire around, like just away from it for a bit, and look around at everyone and is like, if you are all soaking cold and soaking wet, you might want to consider coming close to the fire. It won't hurt you if you don't stick a foot in it.
Garrett
Well-
sticks his foot very close to it.
I was like,
As a meme or as a clumsy man?
As a man who does not care what happens to his foot as long as it gets warm.
Mm.
Respect.
I'm as close to the fucking fire as I can be without getting more covered in mud.
Yeah. I think at that point Octavia is like, okay, the front of me feels a bit drier, and then she like turns so that way the back of her gets a little bit more dry.
Val sneezes loudly.
Yeah.
Gare jumps.
Octavia also jumps, like not expecting, like what?
Sorry.
It's okay. And then Octavia like has a moment where it looks like she's gonna sneeze too, but then it just goes into like a like a weird noise, and then she's like, "Oh, gross." Ugh.
Archibald silently starts counting down in his head mentally to see how that thing where you like think you're gonna sneeze and then you don't, and then like when it's most inconvenient, a minute or two later, it happens anyway.
Yeah.
Archibald's like 1,
Just waiting.
2, 3 in his head.
And then probably like a minute after Octavia sneezes.
But before the noise even starts, just a like little wrinkle of the nose, he's like, "Bless you."
Oh,
Hold on. Let's wait. Let's wait for Tricky.
oh, sorry.
No, we're good. We're good. Tricky just needs to rejoin on phone.
Oh, good.
Here. All right. Tricky's here. Yes, feel better.
Yeah. Good luck on the stomach issue. The
Godspeed.
stomach pains. Yeah.
As you guys are sneezing and counting each other's sneezes, Amalthea, who she was the first to finish her breakfast, obviously. She reaches into her pocket, considers the slug bracelet for a brief moment, sits directly next to Octavia, slugs herself, and then begins the slow journey of scuttling into Octavia's pocket.
Octavia takes like a moment, surprisingly, to notice this, and then she sees, she's like, oh, okay. And she helps Amalthea into her pocket.
You just hear, warm.
I'm glad it is, buddy. I'm glad it is, kiddo.
You know that you're a sea slug. You're a wet creature. Like, okay,
I'm a warm, wet
Oh, thank-
creature.
fair enough.
And clean.
Just
It's
a
muddy
warm.
in there.
So there's now just a large wet slug in Octavia's pocket.
Octavia at this point cannot care less. She's just like, I've had Nero slugged by my ear. I can handle this.
Rod goes, kid, what did you do?
What did I do?
Why is it muddy?
What? Amalthea pokes her little slug face out of Octavia's pocket. And she says, my tent doesn't have a bottom, you know.
Yeah,
We
that would
need to
do
get-
it.
When we're in Atticus, we're gonna get you a new tent.
She wiggles excitedly at this before diving back down into your pocket.
Octavia seems to brighten a little bit at that. And then she remembers, oh, Journey. And then Octavia does turn to look at Stein and asks him, what are you gonna do now?
He looks up at you and he's got bags under his eyes a mile long. He looks genuinely like shell shocked. And he looks up at you and he says, I don't know. Should I go home or should I keep going? I don't know what to do.
To be honest, I don't think Harwell is a good place. And it's going to be really hard for you to get anywhere beyond Harwell at this point.
Yeah, I guess there's no point in going now. But I wonder
Where
if
were
my
you?
village will let me come back. They're
Where were
probably
you
awfully
from?
suspicious.
Where are you from originally?
You're gonna make me generate a town name? Fuck you.
Here's the thing.
like
man
a
who has
village
no place-
in the south that
Yeah, he's
we
from
call
a
it
small
this.
village in like mid Thracia, like in the mountains. Maybe it doesn't even have a name. There we go. It's so small it doesn't even have a name.
Maybe
The thing
like an
is,
old...
we ask you in case it's plot important, and then you're like, "Are you gonna make me generate a
That's how you
name?"
know
And we're
it's
like,
not
"We're
plot
being
important.
safe."
Mhm.
No, that's so valid. There's
You're-
some things
the
that you
wi- the
absolutely
whining-
should have asked
the
that you did not
whining-
in the past.
The whining is your tell.
Yeah.
You either start giggling if you have a secret, or you go, ugh.
Ugh.
you just
Can't believe you
asked
made
you
me come up with a
fucking
name for the minor NPC.
What about... I feel like what Trikey suggested in chat, maybe Edwin says that.
Okay, so
that-
Edwin's saying that
Like-
Stein could go to Gatania,
Mm-hmm.
maybe for a little bit, work the harvest for somewhere to stay.
Mhm.
He considers that for a couple minutes. He says, "Is that far from here?"
It's about a day's travel. Right, because it's only been 1 to 2 days out since we left Catania, correct?
Yeah, it hasn't been long at all.
Okay, yeah. So it's like it's only about 1 to 2 days walk.
Right down the road, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That might be a good idea. I don't know if I could return back to my house after all this.
That's fair. It's
Is
hard to
this
go back.
is the direction he described on the way we're going? No, it's up in Thracia.
Yeah,
right?
it's like-
it's kind of like down.
Mhm.
Because mid Thracia, Atticus is kind of East Thracia, like East Upper
Mhm.
Thracia.
Yeah, it's east north Thracia.
Northeast.
Like
East north.
northeast. Northeast.
He's gonna consider this, and he seems very much like the kind of guy who can pretty much be convinced to do just about anything right now, as long as he doesn't have to think about it. So he agrees. This is probably a good idea for him, but he does ask for a little bit of your supplies. Just so he can make the journey there, because all of his stuff is still at the bottom of the canyon.
Mm-hmm. I think at that point Octavia does like, wait 1 second. Let me check if maybe we can scavenge anything. Octavia goes to the cliff, is careful. Sorry, what?
Windows Defender just popped up on my screen. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, like we could trade him for some of his herbs, but Octavia's first gonna be like, I think he's gonna, even though he didn't care about it, he might still prefer his stuff if it's salvageable. And she goes to look, and can she see the carriage at all, the wagon at all?
You can see the top like wooden pieces that you guys didn't salvage, but the rest of it has been completely swallowed by mud. Like kind of
Yep.
semi-hardened mud at this point.
Okay.
It's been turned into a bog mummy.
Yeah. It's like, okay. No way to salvage that. So she goes back and is like, okay, I'll gather you a few days' supplies.
He thanks you. Not enthusiastically, but he doesn't seem very capable of enthusiasm right now.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot happened to this guy. So Octavia just like, after she finishes her meal, she just does that. If anyone wants to contribute, they can, but Octavia's like, at this point, almost like going through the motions of expectations, like, okay, how much do you need for a few days travel? I know this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was gonna say Edwin can give him his old cloak and stuff since it's not like he has clothes.
The man definitely appreciates that. His clothes are absolutely disgusting. And you do notice that his wife's clothes, they're still like in his tent. He didn't actually like throw them out. He removed them, but he didn't get rid of them. He tosses most of it out into, like the vaguely garbage area of your tent. But he does keep like this really muddy, ratty sweater. Kind of tucks that away.
Hand stitched sort of look.
Yeah, definitely.
Medieval times. Oof.
It can probably be salvaged with a skilled hand, but
Mm.
he's gonna keep that. And he does kind of leave her boots in the tent, like he's not
Octavia.
tossing those.
Yeah, he's not gonna toss them. Okay, good, because Octavia's like, she's not gonna say it, but she's glad that he's keeping them because he could probably sell them for a decent amount.
Mm-hmm. He's not packing them. I'd like to point out he's not packing them. He just hasn't thrown them away, so they're still in the tent.
When Octavia goes to bring the supplies, she probably asks him like, "Do you need help packing?"
He shakes his head and he says, I have nothing to pack, basically. It's best if I be on my way soon. I'm sorry I have nothing to offer you as thank you.
Octavia takes a moment, she's just like, just live.
He looks at you for a long moment after that, and he kind of nods and he says, I'll try my best. And then he's actually going to take his dagger off of his belt, still with the sheath on, and he's going to sort of offer it to Octavia. He's going to say, you can sell this for your troubles.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't need it anymore.
Then Octavia accepts it. She doesn't say thank you or anything. She just like nods and takes the dagger and accepts it.
Okay. You can add the dagger guilt to your inventory.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. Let's
Yeah,
check what this thing does.
Yeah.
Gee,
Looking for
that's
that
it.
guy.
Wonder where that name came from.
Guilt.
Hey kid, you want to feel bad?
Uh-huh. Guilt.
It basically has the effect of miracle.
Yeah, roll for permanent effects twice. Pick which to take. Yeah, so it's almost like
But you must have at
Sam-
least one permanent effect on your character to use it.
you must already. Octavia sees it, and I'm guessing at this point she understands. And then she kind of looks at the man again for like a moment. And then she
He looks sad
I
and
mean
wet.
I mean it, you know.
Uh,
Live.
he kind of shrugs and he says, "I'll see where this road takes me, and we'll move from there."
And with that, Octavia goes. But probably at that point, does she see Edwin around?
Yeah, Edwin's probably around. And by the way, this guy is like packing his shit, so if you want to say
Yeah.
anything to him, say it now because he's about to become a non-character. He's about to leave.
Yeah.
And I'll hand him
Who
some
knows,
of
maybe he's out
the
there somewhere.
some of the breakfast leftovers, whatever,
Mhm.
packaged up for the road, and nod at him. And
He does seem to be very appreciative about the food specifically.
yeah,
Like he's
Um,
kind of flat, but like slightly less flat.
Yeah. Val goes over to him, and like when Val stands up for a second, he blacks out. Like, oh
Oh
god.
no. Val
Oh,
gets
no.
a loading screen.
Yeah. And then he walks over and he's like, he goes, I'm not going to pretend that I know your exact pain, but I do know what it's like to lose your wife and feel guilty for it. And-
As soon as you say the word wife, the guy's eyes get kind of like shiny and watery.
Val puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says, I then isolated myself for 25 years, and it didn't make me feel any better. So don't do that. That's
The
Jesus
guy,
Christ.
the guy kind of like bites his lip and he's nodding, and it's obvious that he's like trying not to cry. But he takes Val's advice just with like a silent nod.
Val like pats the shoulder and then goes back to sit down with like his head between his knees.
Oh no.
He is so lightheaded right now.
Oh no,
Oh.
Val.
I think Edwin just gives him his cloak as he did and just says, I hope we meet again in better circumstances.
Me too. You people have been far kinder than anything I expected to find on this road.
Well, you know, we gotta look out for each other.
That we do. Thank you for looking out for me. And of course, and then he kind of like gestures to where Gemma is very much still buried next to
Mhm.
the camp.
Yeah.
Alright, are you guys gonna let this guy shuffle off into the oblivion?
Yeah, and hope he finds a kinder path.
Alright.
maybe we will write him a letter at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He takes his leave, without much fanfare. He just kind of gets up and he walks away right down the road. Not particularly quickly, kind of ambles off. But he's definitely going toward Gitania, so he's headed in the right direction. He's left his little lean-to behind, as well as his wife's boots, and you know the clothes he kind of threw away, but you probably don't want those. But yeah, he is gone. Stein disappears.
Are we about to get boots for killing this lady? Are we having a Shura moment?
Yeah.
Hey, guess
Yes,
what?
For a moment.
What did you
Octavia
do?
Octavia is about to call back, but then looks at the boots. What are the boots?
The boots are boots. Modifying item, +1 move.
Damn it!
Who's better at this, me or Fire Emblem Fates? Tell me.
You're better at storytelling than Fire Emblem Fates, easily.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, have you seen the
I'm
fucking
doing
story in
my
that shit?
best.
I've heard it
Anyways,
plays I've heard
Yeah,
it plays fine,
listen.
but they were on crack when they wrote that.
Fates, Sam, Fates is not a very low bar to step
I
over.
know. That's my
And you fucking pole vaulted and touched space. Like, don't even try to compare yourself.
Congratulations, you learned how to not shit your pants. Well done.
I'm doing my best. Anyways, yeah, you guys have boots now. +1 move.
Okay. I think at that point, Octavia looks down at her sandals, but also looks at her old boots, because she kept those. But as she does, she picks them up and is like, if no one else wants these, I'll take them.
Christ, she's gonna have
Okay.
6 move.
Yeah.
Octavia sprinting towards
six
you.
move dancer. What do you do?
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Dance Revolution.
I think that's Octavia's right.
Oh my
How
god.
else is she gonna keep up with Val? Who can
Yeah.
double?
The other option would be to like give it to Edwin because Edwin needs to
Oh,
get places
true.
to healing aura play people.
Yeah, actually, Edwin, guess what? Octavia comes over with both the boots and guilt. And she's like, I think these will be useful to you.
I will say Edwin's inventory is like super full.
The
You can
boots
just
are a
use the
modifying
boots.
item, so you just
Yeah,
use them,
okay.
and then they're
Yeah.
on you.
Okay.
You can keep them in
Yeah.
your non-combat inventory after you use them as just like an item that you have used. Can't use
Okay.
them again, but
Yeah.
I think Octavia is pretty, like, she's like, when she looks at guilt, she's like, I feel like you need this. And she explains
need
like
guilt?
what it. No, it's like she explains what it does, and it's like, this isn't going to be helpful to me, but I think it could be helpful to you.
Oh well, if you're sure, I Trekkie will try to figure out which thing to remove from his inventory.
Yeah.
yeah,
Or-
thinking of this
or-
specific item is very good for Edwin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one else has
Tracker.
permanent effects.
Well,
except
it's like either
Godfrey.
Edwin or Godfried.
Yeah.
Edwin who
stands for
keeps
Edwin.
getting permanent effects.
Yeah.
Built
She
for Edwin.
and Octavia is just thinking about like some other nice trauma. Is like, no, you need this.
All right. Well, I will apply
Edwin,
the
the boots do fit you.
Okay. I'm the size of this man's wife.
Yeah, you're
Uh,
the average size. I don't know how big
Hey.
Edwin's feet are.
No,
just-
he's just like he's just an average guy.
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
created Archibald's dicks, Edwin's feet. You're on a roll.
Really laying out the scale of everything. Anyways, all right. So, are you guys ready to pack camp and get a move on?
yes, but first I need to quickly go to the bathroom.
Me too.
Me
all
three.
go.
Let's all go.
All right.
Before stream, idiots.
I did. I just have problems.
Oh, Sam. Hi, Trekkie.
Hello. I was just gonna put it in chat so I didn't have to. Well, I guess I can just say it when people get back. But I think I'll probably put silence in the convoy because it is based off of wisdom stat, and Edwin is not very wise. Godfrey could probably use it with more success anyway. So
Yep.
and our convoy is. I was gonna say it was nice and clean, but it's really not.
We got rid of the vengeances at least.
Yeah. Yeah, silent staff. It is 300 gold. I'm sure we'll have a use for it, but I don't think it's gonna do super hot for Edwin.
Yeah.
Edwin gets a knife. God, I was so mad. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just have some spaghetti for like a pre-dinner thing, so that my stomach doesn't like get upset in the middle of like combat or something. And we're like start playing and my stomach starts making noises and I'm like, I'm so mad.
It's hard to control your. It's hard to
Yeah,
control the
I think
stomach.
yeah, I
Especially
think
when
I
Trikey has
microwaved it
chronic
a little too long.
illness.
Yeah, because like I know that like burnt cheese kind of stuff tends to give me stomach problems, and I think I just put it in the microwave for too long with cheese on it.
Oh.
Such is life. But I think I'm fine now.
Okay.
I'm eating some crackers to make it better.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's a good thing. Crackers and like ginger ale.
Yeah.
But
Alright,
I'm just.
guilt is in Edwin's inventory.
Ooh! Congrats,
put
Edwin, on
silence.
the miracle.
I put silence in the convoy because Edwin's wisdom stat is kind of poo anyway, so we should probably just give it to Godfrey if we want to use it.
Okay. Okay,
Him
we'll
and his
see.
judgment's greatcoat.
Really thinking about like teaching Edwin Miracle anyway.
He
Yeah,
has
like
too many skills too, though.
that's the thing. Is like Octavia was very close to be like, hey, next time I think I'm gonna have Octavia teach Edwin Miracle, but
Yeah.
Miracle
Hey.
knife.
yeah, Miracle Knives that Stein gave her, and she's like, it's free real estate.
Yeah. Yeah, Edwin's skills are interruption, which is what cancel is now, which is important. Spur magic, which is adding magic modifier when rolling to hit, which he needs because I built
Yes.
him like that because he doesn't have any skill.
Uh-huh.
And then recover, which is his heal, and then imbue and charisma.
Yeah.
So
Scholarly charisma.
yeah,
No.
Yeah.
charisma, but for Edwin.
What's
Yeah.
happening?
He's a special boy.
Just like talking about how full Edwin's inventory and skills are, so we can't teach him miracle, but this
Yeah.
works.
Edwin's kind of stacked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Edwin is pretty stacked. Octavia has interruption, but I'm thinking the next time like a good skill for Octavia comes around, I'm probably gonna replace it because her speed growth isn't high enough for that to really help
Mhm.
that much. And insight, so +2 skill mod when rolling to hit. Miracle, which hasn't been relevant, but it'll probably be relevant at some point.
It will be useful at some
This will
point.
be
I have a
useful
feeling. Yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna walk into Valhalla and we're gonna start getting permanent effects left and right.
Yeah. And then rally speed, which at this point is still useful, but since I've been able to use more about the support skill that Octavia has, it hasn't been as
Mhm.
relevant. And dance, which dance is never going away.
Dancer forever.
Dancer forever.
Remind me, what does your class skill do? Prima donna.
Yeah, prima donna is performs dance as a bonus action instead of an
that
action.
makes it a bonus action, right?
Yeah, so it's basically like instead of only being able to dance per turn, she has the opportunity to be like, okay, dance as a bonus action, I can still hit, I can still do stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Well, then, if everyone's back, why don't we continue on? You guys pack up your tent. It's very soggy still. Amalthea has not removed herself from your pocket. Octavia, you can choose to evict her if you like.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool for her
She's
to be
not
there.
heavy.
Yeah, it's fine.
Garlic, I'm sure, is more than fine with carrying her stuff in the convoy.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, Andrew, are you here? Chubby?
I'm eating nuts.
Hilarious. Anyways, okay, so who traversal check? Whomst?
It's Octavia.
And who's your victim?
Who wants to be her victim?
I can do it.
You sure? You already have a cold.
Yeah. No, but it might
Just-
help. If you're good at traversal, it'll help.
Yeah,
take
that's
it.
true. Just a question, Sam. We're not gonna have the -5 modifier right now, correct?
No, it is no longer raining.
Sweet. Okay, let me just double check. Yep. +8 traversal. Oh, that's amazing. That's a 24.
24.
Wow.
Massive buff of +5. Hold on, let me roll my numbers, see which stat it is. That's
Creepy
a
screen.
magic buff.
For
Oh,
everyone
wow.
or just
plus
him?
5?
+5 for Edwin.
Cool.
Nice. Doesn't
Nice.
everyone else also get like a mini buff or something?
No, from now on,
No.
because it's been standardized, only the sacrifice benefits or
Oh, okay.
not benefits from the roll. To prevent
Yeah,
the
his
entire party
magic-
from being
It-
punted.
Yeah.
Decimated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
only one person gets punted at a time.
Mhm.
He's
Oh.
currently getting +9 to magic rolls.
Christ.
Sweet.
Beast.
Sweet.
Alright then. Okay, so as you guys are walking, the weather is cleared up lovely. The road, because of the heavy rain, the road has kind of been swept clean of all debris. So it's like super duper easy to get where you gotta go. And as you're going, you are still kind of on like this ridge overlooking a valley. And as you look down, it's pretty easy to see that there are glowing spots below. Almost as if little fires are around.
Whoa.
Hmm.
Whoa. Yeah, that's it.
Interesting.
Not gonna investigate. Just gonna keep walking.
I feel
No,
like
no.
we'll roll a Who wants to roll a perception check?
Godfrey.
Just to be- Yeah, Godfrey.
Yeah, we want Godfrey to do it.
Godfrey.
One second.
Octavia just
Hold
turns
on.
to Godfrey and like, hey, what do those look like?
Hold on. Godfrey
Oh,
like
I wonder-
flinches slightly.
Oh.
But he does look down at the I guess valley. He says, well, those look kind of like the thing that was at that chapel, but more on fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the freaking effigies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the effigies.
As you all direct your attention towards the little fires, you can see that these are little, not little, like humanoid, human-sized wooden people that are walking around starting little fires that burn out pretty quickly. But they're just kind of wandering around in the underbrush, carving little ashen paths where they go.
Nature
Cool.
is beautiful.
That's
Yeah.
like, I was literally thinking to myself, that's so fucking poetic for
Yeah.
moment in session that probably doesn't matter very much.
But it's still nice. It's still nice to get. So thank you, Sam.
Yeah. Sorry, what did I say that was good? I don't even remember.
You can play it back. You can play
Okay,
it
yeah,
back.
I'll find out. I do just be saying shit. Anyways, yeah. So these little wooden men, they're kind of they're not like moving randomly. It seems they kind of like move around each other. Like two of them will get close to each other. They'll circle around each other for a little bit and then go on their separate ways, making sort of like curlicue patterns in the grass. And of course, the fire never stays for too long, so it doesn't burn down the whole field. But it's almost mesmerizing the way these things move. And they do walk. They don't hover. They walk.
Mhm.
But yeah, they definitely can't get up here. There's a sheer cliff
Yeah.
face in between you and them. There doesn't
Yeah.
seem to be anyone down there, so the danger is nothing. But
Mhm.
perhaps something to note.
Well, I guess now we know what to look for, and they're on the move.
Mhm.
Just to keep out of their way.
All right.
Sounds smart.
So y'all keep traveling?
Yeah, though I think
Yeah.
during that point, Octavia looks to Nero and sees what she's thinking.
Nero is like looking down at these things with like, I'm gonna say like confusion and disgust. Like, she doesn't understand what's happening here, and she doesn't like that she doesn't understand, is the vibe.
I think at that point, when Octavia sees it, she's like, so, well, I'm not a scientist or a scholar, but have you ever seen a point when there's a fire somewhere, but when you look back on it, maybe a few weeks or months later, there's a bunch of new sprouts?
Nero thinks for a little bit. I'm gonna have her make a nature check, actually. Does she know that? She got a 20. Okay, she's fine.
Cool.
Um,
Queen.
Queen. Yeah, she's
Hey.
so knowledge. Technically, it's a 19, but it's a natural 20, so it's fine.
Hey.
So she nods. She says, "Yes, I suppose I have seen that in the forests, but I don't know. That looks like cropland to me.
Well,
It's a shame to have it wasted."
the thing is, it's not wasted. Just as like the fields here, the forests need germination. The same goes for the plants and croplands here. I'm sure you've heard of terms where land lies fallow and is allowed to regain what it needs for the next crop or crop rotation. And I think this is just another part of it around here. Probably why there's so
suppose.
much greenery.
I guess that makes sense. They do seem to be doing a pretty good job of it, but well, I suppose if that's the case, why don't villagers, I don't know, line them up more efficiently? They're kind of going in loops.
Well, I think it's because they have a certain respect for them, maybe even reverence for them.
Yeah, we've kind of noticed that. But I guess everywhere has reverence for something, so can't judge too harshly, even if this one is a little weird.
Yeah, so to be honest, I've seen weirder.
She turns to you in mild interest.
Another time.
She considers you before nodding, like, yes, more girl talk later. I understand. We will talk about the strange deities you have encountered. But yeah. All right, does anyone want to do anything else before I move you along?
Can Edwin have
Not
like
really.
5 minutes to try to write this down? Like
Oh, yeah,
draw
of
it a
course.
little bit? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh, buddy, drawing.
No, he
With
just
his
got a
own-
nat 20, he's fine.
He's fine. He's
Yay!
been possessed by the spirit of discovery.
Yeah.
We get this man his other arm back.
Godfrey is working on it.
Godfrey is working on it.
Yeah, I know, but like, God.
Shout out-
By the way,
probably
anytime
still
you guys
good.
like take a couple minutes to rest or something, Godfrey like pulls out his book or his like little notebook and like a crumpled up pieces of drafting paper. So he's clearly working on something.
Is I think whenever they stop, Octavia also is asks Amalthea if she wants to come out for any fresh air or anything.
Amalthea pokes her snoot out a couple times, but aside from that, the idea of walking anywhere to her just sounds awful.
Yeah,
This
fair
is
enough,
just
kiddo.
you.
Yeah, if I could spend my life as a little slug in someone's pocket, I would absolutely do so. Are you kidding me?
I think. Well, also as they're going, Octavia checks on Jupiter's condition. If he liked the rain, but is like, hey, you're doing...
Jupiter is like absolutely fine. He kind of like he's not like intelligent, but he's good at like feeling out what other people are feeling. He's good at feelings. So he's kind of picked up on the bad vibe of everything. Just like everyone's sick, dead people, etc. So he hasn't been as I'm gonna say abrasive as usual. He hasn't been as in your face. But he does like the attention that you give him. He's wagging his big tail.
Okay, careful, buddy. You don't want to get that caught in a branch or anything.
He makes like a hissing sound, which is threatening without context, but you know that it's just Jupiter's way of going hee hee. By the way, how's Garlic doing? Checking in on Garlic too.
Garlic is a little still upset about the ground being broken.
Oh,
The ground
But
is
it's
so good now, though.
It's less broken, but like it was.
The ground has never been better.
Really? It's firm?
It's firm. The road is cleaned by the storm.
Oh, okay. Then
You
I
had
guess
great traversal, so.
Oh, good point. So then never mind. He's feeling better about that, but also, normally after a storm, Val will do some farrier work and clean the dirt out of his horseshoes.
Mm-hmm.
But Val is doing bad.
Oh.
So she hasn't done that. And like garlic isn't like it's more like irritating. Like it's just kind of like annoying to walk on.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not like mad about it because he can also tell like Val doesn't usually ride garlic while they go places, but he absolutely is today.
Uh-huh.
So garlic knows something is wrong
Something's
and
up.
isn't mad about it, but is like annoyed. He's not. It's not a pleasant sensation for him. So he's peeved, but he understands.
Jupiter a couple times like looks over at Garlic like, do you know what's going on? I don't.
In terms of what?
Angry.
Ryder is unwell.
Jupiter thinks for a moment before exclamation pointing. And then he kind of like turns around and like half subtly cranes his giant wyvern head around at everyone else in a way that is completely obvious that he's looking at all of you. But he thinks he's stealthy and he says, everyone else is also.
What? I did not hear the word.
Everyone else is also.
Yes, there is unwellness.
Fragile humans.
Garlic is a horse. So he's a war horse, but he's still a horse.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, I mean, less fragile than sister.
Sister?
Sister broke leg.
Oh,
Died.
shit, fuck the garlic lord.
Garlic has a traumatic
No, not the sad horse backstory.
Backstory too, Dwyer.
Anyways, oh my god. Go on. That was so funny. Sorry, but also so sad.
So sad.
Jupiter can't really comprehend the idea of someone breaking a leg and not just being completely fine. So he just kind of stares at Garlic for a couple moments before realizing maybe that would hurt a little bit, and he nods understandingly, like, exclamation point. Yes.
Val break leg. Okay. Different things.
Jupiter continues just kind of like thinking and nodding along, like, humans. And horses, he guesses. He kind of realizes now that you're kind of a different bag of tricks than he is. He's just kind of like thinking, like, man, there's so many different things out there. Smiley face.
This isn't even the real garlic lore, guys.
Oh God, what the
God.
Dwyer, do
If
you
you
want
want,
that
we can.
garlic dream?
Garlic. Sure, but the other dream. The thing is, I need Godfrey to have Val's second very bad day first.
Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say I need Godfrey to have Garlic's very bad day.
No.
Godfrey breaks his leg, guys.
Garlic's backstory is not actually very upsetting for Garlic.
Because he's a horse. Like,
Yeah, and so he didn't process entirely what was going on.
I mean,
but...
that's I joke, but all the animals on my side of the table also have increasingly horrible backstories.
Yeah.
No happiness allowed.
Yeah. But
oh god. That's gonna be hilarious. Anyways.
When stable horse gets sick or hurt, I don't see them anymore. So I am happy to carry Ryder when she is sick.
Jupiter. There's two guys. Jupiter sort of nods his head and responds with honorable.
Yes. Have to be.
Jupiter's not really gonna respond to that after because he's gotten at this point Octavia's gotten his attention. But oh my gosh, I love animal conversations so much.
Animal conversations are
it's the
so
best part of
good.
the session. You true. Yeah? Yeah, Cheppy?
It's not relevant.
Slut
Continue.
era? What? Oh my god, the Garlic Jupiter romance arc.
Oh my
wait.
god.
I mean, I was directing that at Valente, but if that's who we're shipping too, then like, sure.
I mean, can a wyvern and a horse fall in love?
Can
We're gonna
love
find
bloom on the battlefield between a
Battlefield?
wyvern and a horse?
When a wyvern and a
You
horse
know what?
love each
I think
other
that's one of
very
the least
much.
weird things.
Oh,
So,
you
yes.
know what happened in Shrek?
Yeah,
We're
sure.
going to treat Shrek
Yeah,
dogs. Jesus Christ.
we're
We'll
doing
canonize
Shrek.
that. Fine.
Yeah.
Shit! We're doing Shrek again.
We're doing
Yeah,
Shrek
we're
again.
Shrek again.
Shrek, but if it was gay, kind of a slay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And if Dragon was kind of a moron.
Yeah.
Listen. Yeah. I guess.
Listen,
Yeah.
Jupiter is working it. But anyways, alright, so
Garlic is not annoying, and Donkey's personality trait was annoying.
Garlic is a Chad.
Yeah, Garlic is a Chad, and Jupiter is just
He's
So
just
much
a little
fun.
guy, smiley face.
he's just a
I
little
think it's
guy.
very.
so...
I think it's very funny that you say this, considering what I know and you do not.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay.
But
Dwyer. Hey, Dwyer.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I'm
What
like,
the
Achieve
fuck?
your camera.
yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck?
oh my god, oh
What do
my
you mean
god.
what you know that we don't? We're talking about the horse. What did you do to the horse, Dwyer?
I did nothing. I did
What did
nothing
you
to the
make
horse.
the world do to Garlic?
It was. Listen. Like I said, Garlic has no idea. But if you ask Val, Val knows the details.
Oh god. Okay. Well, I guess
That's a
we're gonna
bad
find out
backstory.
what happened later.
What did you do?
I did very little, okay? I thought about Garlic's character traits and I thought about what that would mean in certain situations and I gave them consequences. And yeah, that's it.
If Garlic is the most tragic character of the cast,
He's not.
That's
He's
gonna be so fucking
absolutely not. He's
Garlic.
not even close.
The final boss is Garlic.
No, he's
Friends
Again,
to enemies arc.
I would not say Garlic's backstory is tragic. I would say he narrowly avoided a lot of bad things unknowingly.
Ah, I see.
What a king.
King.
But anyways, before we get too off track, though I am deeply invested in the Garlic details now, but now that you said that, I assume we'll get to it eventually. I will get a DM eventually.
You don't. Why would you get a DM? It's not
If you
important.
want to set up,
Oh,
if you want to
Trikey's
set up
moving.
dreams and stuff. Okay, hold on.
I guess I guess I can give people Garlic dreams.
You can give people
But
good
I-
dreams.
Yeah, I
Whoa,
forgot
become
about
a
that.
horse.
I forgot about that. I forgot I could do
I mean,
that, but
Jupiter gets
Yeah,
dreams,
you can
so
set up
yeah.
animal dreams. Like, that is completely on the table. As long as the
No,
animal is
I-
capable of having dreams.
listen, I'll do a Garlic dream at some point. But at first, I have to make Godfrey go through the worst,
Yeah.
Val's worst day for fun.
Okay.
For fun.
Honestly, I am deciding between Godfrey and Amalthea because Godfrey
No.
uses magic, and so I don't know how he will work in the dream's close combat rules.
Oh god.
No.
Stabs you.
But I also,
He finally has to use a sword. He finally has to use a sword.
Force Godfrey to use a sword.
Force
Oh,
him.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I guess he can't use swords.
I'm just picturing one of you wakes up in a dream one day to find out that you are Amalthea's goldfish from when she was 10. That's not how dreams work. You have to be alive to give dreams, but god, that would be
And you-
fucking funny.
and you
Good
have to be,
dreams.
and you
You
have, to be in the
present.
same.
You have to be.
space.
I think the actual limit is you have to be within like 50 yards or something like that. So you have to be within range.
Mhm.
Mm.
In range of what? I won't fucking tell you, but in range.
Oh, I think we know, Sam. I
In
think we
range of
know.
what? I won't fucking tell you. Anyways. Okay, you guys are fucking traveling still.
Mhm.
So after a while of nice sunny roads, I'm gonna say there's like a couple days of travel, like maybe 2 or 3. Nothing eventful happens. You have a great trip.
Do we not be sick anymore?
Yeah, after a couple days, your illness sort of wears off.
Yay.
Maybe you're not like 110%, but the debuff goes away. So, excuse me, I have the hiccups
Yay.
now for some reason.
Oh dear.
It's fine. And you come across what looks like a gate to a town, which Nero proudly walks up to. And at this gate, you can see that there's 2 guards sitting atop Macedonian dragons. Both of them are like greenish in color. And they recognize her immediately. And without saying anything, they open the gate for you all.
Cool.
Are you going
Huh?
on in?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
why not?
Uh,
Yeah.
Atticos, which she informs you loudly that you've arrived at, is less of a city like she'd bragged about and more of like a town that happens to have one paved road.
Amazing.
It's definitely not like Luan. It's like maybe a quarter of the size of Luan. It's no fucking Valhalla either. You haven't been there obviously, but you can tell. But it's definitely bigger than Gitania. Just there's more houses. It seems less of in Gitania. It's kind of like all the houses were on one road, and then behind the houses were the farmland of those respective houses. Here it seems like there is kind of like a little area where there's like no farmland attached, so you can assume some people just live here. They're not necessarily like all farmers, but it's still very much surrounded by recently harvested crop fields. As far as major landmarks, you can see that there's one big building of note. There's this big like marble, not marble, like white stone, limestone, marble combination building, set firmly in the center of town. It's very pristinely kept. There seems to be, a lot of goings on around it. Like there's kids playing on the steps. There's, people going to and fro. Some people are entering this building. Some people are leaving. And other than that, there's like some market stalls around. Nothing that seems to sell like weapons and items like you might expect. It seems that this town is also recently, I'm not gonna say recovering, I guess ending a harvest festival of some sort. So there's all sorts of merchants and stuff trying to get their last few wares out of the way before they rot, sort of thing. It's like, take this half off before it goes bad. Other than that, there is an inn, as you'd expect. There is no like bar or anything, no tavern as far as you can see. But they do have like a small I guess medical building, a small hospital building. You can only tell because there's a cleric sort of leaning outside the building, reading a book of some sort. But the one thing you do notice about this town area, a lot of dragon knights. They're perched on the tops of the few stone buildings in town. But most of them seem to just kind of be idling around. They don't seem to be like looking for anyone. Most of them look bored. But yeah, Nero just kind of struts through the center of the street, and as she does, the villagers kind of they don't really look at her at all. They don't really pay attention to her. She's walking with a lot of pomp and circumstance, but they're just kind of like, all right. Skirting around her. She leads Galba to the center of town. And she doesn't bother stabling him or anything. She just kind of like drops his lead, and he just stands there like, yep. Business as usual. And she gestures and she says, "Welcome to the lovely city of Atticos."
Val seems to find everything that's going on really fucking funny. Like, he's not laughing, but like you can see on his face that he's like, this is exactly what I thought was going to happen, and I am so amused.
Octavia's like, looks nice.
Thank you. We have worked tirelessly to bring this small town to the glory you see today.
Can I make like a roll to see if I recognize the like what kind of architecture this building
Sure.
is? What would that be, like
That would probably be a
history?
history check.
Okay, well that's based off of magic, so
You got bonuses.
Edwin, like
Yeah.
anime glasses emoji.
I rolled a 4, it became a 13.
13. You can't be absolutely positive. The big marble building's a little suspect, but the rest of it is definitely like Thracian. You see a lot of like heavy stone. They've got mountains in mid southern Thracia, which is a lot of where stone exports in Jugdral came from. So yeah, unsurprising. There's a lot of stone buildings. White marble, limestone's used a little out of place, but that could still be Thracian.
Okay. He is ignoring whatever the heck Nero is talking about.
Yeah, as
I
Nero
would
talks,
say,
I'd like to say as Nero talks, Galba just kind of wanders away. Galba just leaves.
it's chill that he's just hanging out.
Nero does a double take, realizing that her beloved wyvern or dragon is, I kind of keep calling him a wyvern. Her beloved dragon has left her. Before kind of like laughing it off. I'm gonna say 1% nervously.
Oh gosh.
And saying, of course, he's highly intelligent, and he owns this place as much as I do, so he can go wherever he likes. And as she says that, you can see that Galba has in fact climbed to the top of one of the buildings where another one of these guard dragons is, and is just kind of like engaging in dragon conversation with this guard's like equally bored wyvern. They're like both like just laying on top of this building.
Lizard activity.
Yeah. It's warm up there, you assume.
Yeah.
She also sees this and like kind of relaxes again 1%. Like, oh, okay, he's still there. Nice. Great.
Octavia does notice this, but doesn't comment. She's like, huh, I'll save that for later.
Val says, so where's the person in charge?
Ah, of course. I shall take you to him immediately. Follow me.
Val is grinning.
I
should say, Val has not told anyone that she knows that it's Mikkel.
Yeah.
So Octavia's like weirded out and thinks she's like, what?
Yeah.
What's
How
going
much-
on?
Edwin does not want to be here.
Archibald mutters nearby. How much do you want to bet that we're counting on her coming back?
Oh. Oh, crap.
I'm just saying, did she seem like she was good at her job out there to you?
No, but I feel like they're not gonna immediately send her away.
No. Just
And we did
it'll
save
be
her.
no. I'm not saying that they're just going to like. I'm not saying that that we're about to have a problem. I'm just saying. I don't know. I feel like she really likes to talk like she's a bigger deal than she is, and I'm wondering.
It's hard to tell if it's her thinking that or her wanting us to think that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out.
No way this can go worse than the last town, right?
Honestly, do not tempt it.
All right. Nero leads you forward through the town, into this white building. She does not hold the door open for any of you.
Oh.
Yeah, figured. I'm guessing Jupiter and Garlic can't come in.
Definitely not. Jupiter seems extremely curious about all these fucking dragons everywhere.
Yeah,
So
wait.
he's kind of been like pulling his lead a little bit, like, I
Yeah,
want to go where Galba went.
I think Octavia waits for a minute and asks Nero, like, if Jupiter went to go hang out with Galba, is that cool?
Nero looks at Jupiter, and you can see her kind of like derision for wyverns in her eyes, because, Draco Knights, they ride only the best dragons.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's got
Octavia
a
is like
complex.
Octavia for the moment, just like, are you gonna make a comment on my wyvern? Are you gonna
She
do
does
that?
not she does not make a comment on your wyvern, because at the end of the day, dragon is dragon. And as long as it's potty trained, it can go wherever it wants here.
Uh-huh. Okay, Jupiter, don't make Galba upset, okay?
Jupiter just kind of opens his mouth like, ah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And then the second you let go of his lead, he stomps off in like the vague direction where Galba was.
Uh-huh.
Garlic
Yeah.
also cannot fit in this building. But there is sort of like a stable area if you'd like to leave Garlic in a secure location.
Listen, Garlic's a very responsible boy. Also, I realized my mic was literally up for some reason. So sorry if I just suddenly got louder. But I know I was up because I was eating. Anyway, the ADHD working so well right now. Garlic's a well-trained horse. He doesn't make a fuss, but also all of the people he can talk to are flying or up on tall places he can't get to.
Oh, buddy.
So I think Val like unbridles him because he gets fussy when you keep his bridle in for too long, and he just kind of goes to sleep on the floor.
Okay. He's taking a well-earned nap. He's been doing a lot of working.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, y'all are following Nero inside?
Yeah.
Yep.
The inside of this building is immaculately clean. Like, the floors are polished, the walls are literally shiny. There's like red drapery everywhere. It's very much it's like a simulation of a palace. It's out of place in this, no, I'm not gonna say small town, medium town. And Nero lets you in, and she kind of gathers you all in the main lobby area. And there's a couple of Draco Knights milling around in here as well. Some of them have like their helmets off, they're talking, and they've got like, I'm not gonna say like medals and stuff, more like their armor is nicer, so they're clearly like the higher ranking guys that don't have to do guard duty. But they all kind of like look at you and then shuffle away as soon as they see Nero. So she leads you all to the central room. She says, I will go announce our presence, and then I will come retrieve you. So just don't cause any trouble in here.
What are you announcing us as?
Well, I was just gonna announce you as the locals, but do you have a group name or a club?
Announce us as an envoy from Finbar, please.
Envoy from Finbar. That definitely has a ring to it. I don't know how believable it is, given your, and then she kind of motions towards all of you's, like, I'm not gonna say nasty clothes, but you've definitely looked better when you left the castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arnold does that too.
It's like trying to pull his clothes back together.
Oh, Edwin.
But she turns on her heel and she says, just a moment, before disappearing inside of a large set of wooden double doors, at the end of the hall area.
Val turns around to everyone and says, I realize I forgot to tell you, but I had one of Nero's dreams, and the guy who leads this is former King Macallus.
What?
Amalthea, Gare, and Godfrey are just kind of like, that means nothing to me.
The same guy that...
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The same guy that what? The same guy that what?
Were you not paying attention to the wars in Arcanea for the past 5 years?
Yeah. He sided with Bowler, and then everyone thought he died.
No,
I guess
It-
he didn't.
it was definitely him.
Yeah, he cited their entire country with dollar, actually, which is really. Oh boy. Alright.
And then Val grins and says, I met him when he was a teenager. I have no idea if he'll recognize me or remember me, but he was. I love seeing people that think they are all that in their worst state. And teenager is definitely it.
Amalthea looks only
Are you-
slightly affronted by the idea that this is the worst she could be.
Did you just she works for
Yes.
Oh.
Also,
Sure, that was
also, she is not well liked, which I think we could all assume. But she was in the very back of her battalion, and when she spoke up, I'm assuming he doesn't still go by the same name, but McAllis got very angry.
Also, just to clarify, he doesn't still work with dollar.
Well, yeah, because he's.
okay.
No, yeah, it was just like Archibald was like saying.
Yeah, Archibald was having a
It's
moment.
okay. That's not. It was just that's why everyone in Arcanea hates him.
Sure.
Which is why he moved here.
Which is why she. Yeah, she, well, why he faked his death and now he's here.
Oh man.
So I don't know if
He's-
necessarily the faking the death was intentional so much as everyone assumed he was dead. And he took advantage of it. But knowing him, it could be either.
Yeah.
Does that mean that she and I came from the same place?
What?
I
Wait.
mean,
I don't think she came out
I
of an
was-
egg, Archibald. Maybe
Yeah.
Galba did.
I mean the egg I hatched, experienced the world, was born, whatever, in Valhalla, but you know, we didn't start out over here. They brought all the eggs over from. Oh,
I mean, I guess, but I don't
like-
understand why that would have an implication.
Yeah, it would kind of just make you neighbors, I think.
it
Since
would be. Yeah,
is
I'm from
next
the
to
same.
Was
Place
Archibald
is her.
Archibald's egg like I guess laid in Dolor proper? Or would it have been laid on the Macedonian side of the island? Is Archibald Macedonian?
Oh my god!
Girl,
I
where's
don't
your red
know.
hair?
I don't
Yeah.
know if he knows.
That'd be
Like,
so funny.
I'm guessing Octavia
mean-
sees this and she's like, well, I think you guys were born far enough apart that
Where-
it's just a funny coincidence.
Where did the Earth Dragons live?
They lived in Dolor, but at the time where Archibald would have been born, Dolor would have included Macedon, because Macedon was
Yeah.
their like slave state.
Yeah, so you could say he was laid in Macedon.
Oh.
if you want
that's-
to.
Do I roll a d20 and make
That'd be
odds or
so
evens?
funny,
Dollar or
That'd be so
Macedon?
funny.
Please do.
Okay.
Do it.
What?
Odds
Let's
are
go with. No, evens or dollar, odds or Macedon, because it means I'm
Alright.
from the same place as her. Did I?
What's the
Oh,
verdict?
okay. It's dollar apparently.
Dollar.
Alright, you're safe.
Okay.
You're from the
Okay.
conquering nation.
Am I? That means I was born in the state that enslaved them. But okay, sure.
Yeah.
That was way
Uh,
before she was born. It's fine.
Technically, before I was born too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Egg.
Yeah.
All right. So as you guys are chit-chatting about who may or may not be on the other side of that door, Nero slides back out into the room.
Hi.
Does she look okay?
She's got
Did she
kind
get
of like
yelled
a grin plastered on her face, but like the kind of grin that you have after your boss has just chewed you out about something. And now you're being a very,
no.
very good employee for the rest
Oh
of the
no.
Octavia
rest
sees
of the
this
shift.
expression and knows this expression very well, and then she's just thinking, oh, I want to punch this guy in the face.
Oh, now you're going to
Archibald.
bat for Nero.
Archibald leans over in Octavia's ear and whispers, well, I guess my question is answered.
And Octavia doesn't say anything, but just like nods.
Nero approaches. She's still got this expression on her face. And she says, Lord Mikkel will see you shortly. He just needs a couple of minutes to pull some things together.
Val goes, Mikkel?
Yeah, that's his name, and he very much demands that you call him that. So, Lord Mikkel, please, Lord.
Right, Lord Mikkel. And then he mutters loud enough that everyone can hear, but he's not gonna say it loudly just in case someone will yell at him for it. Goes, "You look creative, King."
And that, for anyone who wants to write it down, is Miquel.
Oh, Mikkel. Okay. Yeah.
Though I assume you're just
All right,
writing
buddy.
Michaelis.
And Edwin
Archibald
writing
is
his
like,
notes later and just writes the full Michaelis.
King Michaelis of Macedon.
Archibald doesn't get it. He doesn't get what Vala's point is.
But Nero just kind of like awkwardly stands there for like a couple minutes.
I think at that point, Octavia goes over to her. It is pretty quiet to make sure, like, even though they're all in the same place, it's like she's like, not much of a homecoming.
Well, I'll admit, I wasn't exactly supposed to bring an envoy back for me. More just intelligence on how to conquer, perhaps, any northern nations. So, unexpected peace treaties are always a little bit of a, situation. But I'm sure we can find a resolution that benefits us both.
I'm sure we can.
And
at that,
she says
point,
that extremely fakerly, like, oh, he's gonna conquer you for sure, but like, we'll be peaceful about it, maybe.
Octavia's like, thinks about Finbar, and she's like, and when that peaceful resolution is brought, it will be because of you.
Oh, certainly it will be. And then I'll get that promotion I've been working for.
Is that why you were sent out for reconnaissance in the first place?
Oh, yes. Any good Draco Knight must prove themselves in the field before they can even be considered for anything particularly interesting. And of course, I'm already rather high in the ranks, but because we've come to this new continent, well, it can't help to prove yourself a second time.
Insight check.
What are you specifically insight checking?
What is her actual position in this like conquering, colonizing force? What? Let's see if I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if that works. Oh no, that's a 2.
2? You're not sure. You're not sure what her status is. She's got nice armor, so.
I rolled an 18.
Nepotism, baby.
Oh,
Nepotism, baby. Whose baby is she?
Somebody's.
Somebody's. She has a fancy ruby.
Archibald just sort of squints at her. He's not hiding it. He's like, just squinting, looking her in the eyes for a reaction.
She just kind of looks back at you like, what do you want? Like, she doesn't like, she's kind of been like easing up to you, I'm not gonna say she's been changing her ways, because she hasn't, but she's not like at your throat anymore. But now that she's on her home turf, she's kind of got like this smarmy little expression on her face, like, ooh, you have no idea what's coming up for you next, buddy.
Neither do you, Queen.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, neither do you, Queen.
It's just who can lay their trap card down first.
Kid, we all got weird family shit here. You don't. Your secrets are yours, whatever.
she just kind of like looks at you a little confused for a second, and she says, "I don't really have any secrets, but that's nice of you to offer. How very polite."
Archibald, when she turns away, just mouths to the group at large, "Nepotism." Just-
Val
Everyone
looks
does
like he
not
is-
look surprised.
Val assumed that was the case.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What
As
do
you
Gare, Gottfried, and Amalthea do? What are they doing right now?
Gare,
I'm
Godfrey,
curious.
Amalthea, and Godfried are like, they have zero stake in the fact that apparently a guy named King Michaelis of Macedon is in this building. They have no fucking
Uh-huh.
clue who that is.
Uh-huh.
This guy does not affect their lives in any significant way, or at least hasn't yet. Gare also doesn't know who this is, but the word king has definitely put him on edge.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just like hands in pockets, like playing with his coat, like, oh man, there's an important somebody who I don't know in here.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't have any blood that I don't know about.
As
Sorry, I just got
far as
so
we're aware, he doesn't. Don't worry.
Gare just kind of like, like he trusts you guys, but like, oh man, there's so many people out there who are important. He knows so little. He's so very sheltered. But yeah, he's sticking to the back of the group.
Sure.
But as you guys
Right.
are, oh, no, you go, finish up everything.
Could I have other people roll insight?
Sure.
Yeah,
for what?
Perception or
Sure,
something?
for what?
I'll tell you if you get higher than a 10.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
against
This has to
Archibald,
do-
I see.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's a...
16.
Okay,
Hold
that's
on,
one.
I have to make a whole bunch of characters roll insight
Oh,
real quick.
shit.
Oh my god. Now I get
Malthea
the good
got
roll.
a 7.
I got a nat 20. Octavia got a nat 20.
Gare got a
Octavia?
1.
Oh, I got an 11.
Nero
Octavia's
got a 13. And Godfried got something higher than a 20. I'm not counting.
Yeah.
Oh, Godfried.
Yeah,
So who notices?
so everyone who got over a 10,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
that isn't Octavia, random the natural 20, we'll get to that.
Oh.
But everyone who got over a 10 naturally, Archibald is getting a look on his face like a thinking, but like not casual thinking, and like, oh.
Realization.
Sort of
Deep think.
thinking, like he's, as we're approaching a King Mikhail or whatever from
Lord Mikhail, excuse you.
Lord
yeah,
Mikhail.
Lord Mikhail, formerly of like Macedon or whatever. I guess, how to explain the natural 20? Do I just give you clairvoyant powers, or do I explain
I mean,
what actually
like,
be seen?
Yeah.
I feel
Go
like
ahead,
vibe
you-
checking is in of itself a clairvoyant power.
Clairvoyant.
Yeah,
Voyance.
sure.
It's really.
I mean, it's probably not that hard. You've talked about your brother before, and you and Archibald have both talked about his brother. You both had
Uh-huh.
brothers.
Uh-huh.
And he said before his brother was over, like, that they all went back to Arcanea, hence him getting picked up there. And he's also
Uh-huh.
said that his brother was a dick, and that he wasn't a good person, and was on board with the Earth Dragon thing. So there's, do you know who Medeus is? Maybe. But it stands
I
to
feel
I
reason.
like
think everyone,
Octavia knows.
anyone
Yeah.
of any like notoriety in Arcanea knows who Medeus is at this
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
He's
You're
tried to
probably
conquer the
thinking-
continent twice.
You can see the like calendar pages being flipped through. It's like, hang on. So if it's like that era of history that this guy's from Macedon, that would mean that this was, and if he was around in the wartime, that means that's Medeus, which means that Kolban would have been somewhere around. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Is he one of the-
Octavia sees this and like makes sure she leans in a little bit closer to Archibald and like squeezes his arms like what he may not know.
Yeah. One can only hope.
Want to change your hair or eye color at all?
Oh, I don't know that they would have met. My brother stopped being he discarded the Dragonstone years before this would have.
Oh,
Hmm.
I see.
He was a purist.
Well, look where that got him.
Exactly.
All right, so as
Do
you
you wanna
guys
s-
are having your conversation and you're sort of whispering to each other, and Nero is looking very much, she's looking, she's got expressions.
Did Nero roll over a 10?
Yeah, she got a 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
She
She's
can
in
see you
the fuck.
thinking.
She can see you
She can
thinking
see
emoji.
thinking.
Yeah.
She sees you thinking, but it's kind of clear that she's also thinking. So like, this is a moment. This is a moment of peace between you.
If she has one character trait she's proven is that she's very stupid. She sees Archibald thinking, she doesn't even know what.
She's
Yeah.
Nero's very quick to assume. So she's probably
Yeah.
like, oh, there's an Earth Dragon. I just told my boss there's an Earth Dragon. He probably knows I told my boss there's an Earth Dragon.
Oh,
Yeah, of course
no.
he's thinking.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh
This
shit.
little bit.
Of course she did. Of course she
Of course
did.
she fucking
Fuck.
did, of course.
Archibald
Yeah.
doesn't know that she did that.
Oh, no wonder everything's going to explode and we're all gonna die.
It's fine.
Oh.
That's fine.
I almost just did a real spit take. That was almost tea all over everything.
Oh
Oh
god.
no. All right. But as you guys are thinking and counter thinking, Nero does sort of shuffle backwards towards the door. And she pokes her head in. And after a few seconds of her receiving information from the other side, she sort of leaves the door a little bit open. She says, "Lord Mikkel will see you now." But before she lets any of you in, she motions to the wooden bench that's sitting next to the door, and she says, "Please leave your weapons outside."
No.
She frowns at you and she says, "Why not?"
Because I know who he is and I don't trust him not to immediately arrest us.
We're not going to arrest you.
I think
You're here as
I-
a peacemaking little group, aren't you?
We're here
I
as
don't
a
think you
stop you from attacking Finbar at any cost. Envoy.
Uh,
And then Val
hey-
grins.
Hey kid,
Yes.
they've met before.
Okay. That's even more of a reason to not let you bring weapons in here.
Oh, you assume that I hate him because of that. No, I think he's funny.
Nira's gonna close the door suddenly after that. Like, she's still outside, but the door is now closed, and she says, "Funny?"
I met him when he was a teenager. Not a great era for him.
Nero thinks, like, she just kind of, like, stares at you dial-up noise for a second. She, like, it's obvious in her eyes she can't even, like, comprehend, like, this version of her, fearless leader. But she shakes her head and she says, "Regardless of your companionship or whatever, you gotta leave your weapons out here. Otherwise,
No.
you can't come in, and you can just see yourselves out. No help
Well-
from us."
Yeah, we don't need your help.
No.
No, Octavius, it's like, Val, we've come all this way.
I don't trust them.
I don't either, but this is the only way we're gonna have an audience with him.
What
Val,
if
do you want to make some sort of check against her? Because she's not gonna budge unless you make a check.
He doesn't want to get her in trouble either, because he's
What
like,
if-
he's
wait,
a
wait.
little, no one. It's more like she wants to get everyone else to like.
Yeah. Wait, what if just someone stayed right outside with our weapons and if
Yeah.
anything happened we can run back out to them, but they can't take our weapons.
Gare immediately raises his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
okay.
Val seems to approve of this and goes, Yeah, all right.
Archibald rolled a 23 to hide the thief sword and dragonstone under his cloak.
All right, that's a success.
Cool.
You may hide both.
Yay.
Yay.
The dragon claws may stay outside because that's a little weird to hide.
Yeah.
That's a little ostentatious.
Yeah. Edwin will pass his books and staff and new dagger to Gare. Sorry, Gare.
Gare begins just kind of like haphazardly stacking sharp things on top of Godfrey's carrying case, which he just
Yeah.
leaves outside in its entirety.
It's kind of like Octavia looks at Nero for a second and sighs, and like it's the same thing of being like, you know how people in movies like take off all their weapons
Yeah.
and she has. I would say, did Nero ever give Octavia back the Dragonbane?
Dragonbane? No, I don't think so. Not yet.
Okay. Octavia takes her swords, sees what Nero's on, and she's like, by the way, when you get the chance, could I have that back?
Nero, who didn't even realize she was still holding this thing, she like kind of does a double take, and then she makes a face at it like, this isn't my fucking Zweihander. Before just giving it back, and she's saying,
Not my
thank
beautiful
you for
house.
letting me borrow this. It was suitable.
Of course.
By the way, Godfrey rolled a successful 24 to hide his dagger, his knife.
Nice. Good.
Dang.
Good.
King.
Nice.
Look at this Chad over here.
Yeah.
So you need to
Nice
roll
guy.
sleight of hand
Yes.
to. Okay.
Unfortunately, Val's terrible at sleight of hand, so she's not gonna
Yeah.
try.
Val's weapons
Yeah,
are all
Edwin is too.
fucking
It would
massive.
It would just
Also,
be a
Val
straight roll.
Val does have the fruit knife.
oh, fruit knife.
Okay.
That's still a thing. I forgot about him. I thought we got rid of that.
Nope.
No, that was the dumpling rod.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old MVP.
Okay, let's see. Like Octavia. Yeah, are you
But
gonna roll?
yeah, Val takes his spear, and all of that off, but he's keeping his armor on,
Yeah.
and he can
Yeah,
still punch you in the fucking face.
Yeah. Octavia's
With his
keeping the chariot's
gauntlets.
Harrogant on. Let me see.
Hang on a second, let me check some.
Octavia was gonna attempt to hide dark spikes, but that's not gonna fly. She got like a 4, so she just puts everything.
You
back.
try to fit the book into somewhere where it won't look like you have just like a square area of your body,
and
but
it's not
unfortunately,
working.
it's a little
not
big for that.
working.
Does
Yeah,
Val
she puts
have?
it.
Does Val have a cloak?
I don't think so, right? Does Val has like a cape, I think, right?
Val has like
Yeah.
a coat. I
Val
think.
has a coat
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
looks interestingly like serious.
Archibald,
Sus. You
Archibald
come
walks
into
over-
this room dressed like Michaelis's ex-husband
Ar-
from a
yeah.
bad divorce.
But Archibald walks over to like put the dragon gauntlets on next to Val, is standing next to Val at the table, and just sort of Dullahan is suddenly not. I just rolled like what the fuck is that? Like a 26 sleight of hand or some
Christ.
shit. Dullahan just like. Whoop.
I mean, if
It's like-
Lothair could fit it in her pocket,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah,
it's
I
like-
guess Devon Sears fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Devon's. Oh, sorry,
Devon's
Devon's here.
Yeah.
But it's
Octavia.
just like you put the sword down. You look it up at Archibald for a second, and look down. It's like, where'd the sword go? Why do I feel like the feeling of like a sheath pressed against the side of my? Oh,
No, Val does not have to think that. Val puts it down, looks at Archibald, notices it's gone, and just smiles.
yeah.
Nero somehow
yeah.
does not notice any of you just like straight up like arming up in front of us. She's too
It's like,
busy
yeah,
thinking
give her a
about
movie
like,
theater.
man, I hope I get that promotion.
Uh-huh.
He's thinking about the
No.
promotion and the concept of teenage. Micallus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, she's traumatized by this. She's like, oh
You
my
know,
god.
for
I
those
forgot
of you
adults
who
aren't
have
just born like that. Gross.
I forgot we're on Twitch. I was going to make a reference to something that no one outside of this group would get, but Tiamat's coworker. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, called out.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
Yeah, Octavia put she can't hide anything, so Octavia just wears her chariot's Harrigot and keeps the Saint's tassel because they're not weapons.
yeah, you can keep anything that's not a weapon. Everyone who is going in has kept everything in their inventory that is not a weapon, except for Godfrey is leaving his magic scope.
Hey, fuck
Classifiably
me.
not a weapon, technically.
Hold up. Hang on. You gotta be
no.
fucking kidding me.
Oh no, what are you trying to slide into your pocket? What is in your inventory? What have I just let you have?
Octavia put everything away, right?
Yeah.
Archibald walks over and is like, alright, you all ready to go? And like grabs her arm and squeezes a little bit. Samantha, I rolled a natural 20.
Oh. What are you doing? To do what?
I was figuring like either the ignite sword or
Fuck.
something, just like
Yeah.
that or dark spikes.
You can you can slide. I'm gonna say dark spice because the ignite sword is a flaming sword.
Yeah.
That I would maybe say like 30 minimum.
Is Octavia's a dancer now? Does she have like how hard is this? Does she have like
She
how
has
dressed up
chariot's
is she?
Harrigot on.
Yeah, that
so it's
that
like,
thing is pretty bulky.
yeah, it's just like she just keeps it open, but it's still like pretty bulky. And if she so chose, she could just like tie it up and be like, "Well, we're going to go see a lord." So I'll.
Yeah, you can definitely hide dark spice in there, Archibald. When
Yeah.
she takes the front part down.
Yeah, no.
And,
Archibald squeezes Octavia's arm, and then she feels like his hand just on her back. It's like, and something else. Oh, is that a whole ass book?
Octavia for a moment pauses. It is a bit confused, but then she says, and then she smiles at Archibald. It'll be fine.
Before we go in, can I have like 5 minutes to grab my food off the
Oh
floor?
yeah,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Good,
go.
I
Oh,
need
I
a break.
thought.
It just got here.
Trigon, do you need a weapon stashed on you?
No, I don't think Edwin would want that. He only has one arm to begin with. He's
Edwin
not
says peace and love on planet
Don't.
Earth.
He has no choice.
he just like he thinks it would be too unwieldy, honestly, because like he only has one arm to do anything with.
Mhm.
Like whatever Archibald does, Edwin would then have to dig it out of whatever
This
part.
is true.
But
I'm gonna chalk it up to just the timing of it.
yeah,
Opportunity.
yeah.
All right, go get your food. Go get your food.
Yeah, go get your food.
How's everybody doing? Yeah, we're definitely not getting any combat, by the way. I'm thinking we'll get to the end of Atticos adventure discussion, fight, whatever happens here. It won't be true combat. It'll be, if anything, worst comes to worst, just, kind of a brawl.
Yeah.
Unless something really goes bad, in which case maybe I might have to set up a combat.
Oh god.
If you
And then
really
we'll just do the thing like, meanwhile, a few days ago.
Yeah, a few days later.
It's better than it had any right to be. You're like,
Sorry.
we have weird. Sam and I have weird
later.
holes. Sam and I have weird holes in our like accent abilities.
My holes
I
are in the
can't-
perfectly right place. Speak for yourself.
Wow. Are you really fucking making this about
That's
your
what
holes?
someone
right?
said.
Yeah.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
what she said. Anyway,
That's
sorry.
listen. Someone, she, he, they, someone said it, but
Someone.
But yeah, anyways, my plan
It's
is
where
get
the
to the
heart
end
is.
of Atticos Adventures. I assume you guys are gonna sleep here the night. If not, you're gonna sleep somewhere, because you gotta eat bread.
If we don't
Yeah,
end up
gotta eat
sleeping in a
bread.
jail cell.
Yeah, whether it's in the jail cell or in an inn or I don't know, somewhere else, the street. on top of Galba, who knows? Gotta eat that bread. And once you eat that bread, we'll do normal dreams, and then we'll do maybe a little
Sneak preview
effect.
Effect.
I need to be clear that just as a warning,
Mm-hmm.
if someone tries to arrest any of the party, Val is just gonna start killing people.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Okay.
Who
I
gets
mean-
arrested?
To be honest, Klaus made it clear, like, I just want the wyverns to stop. So
Exactly. So Val's got that on his mind, and then also Val's number one trait is I will protect the people that I've sworn to protect, even if it makes the entire rest of the world burn.
Oh shit.
yeah.
I need someone like Val
he's
in
done
my
that.
life, for real, for real.
I don't. My sense of loyalty is not that bloated, but it's pretty bad.
Aww.
Oh.
Oh my god. Anyways, yeah. So, I don't know how much longer the session is going to be. Depends how long this following conversation and maybe your town adventures are. Not there's much to do in this town, but I know people want to talk to some people, letters have to be written, etc. So,
All good.
we'll figure it out. We'll see. It might
So-
be a shorter one. Might be a longer
Yeah.
one. Who can say?
Yeah.
But we shall
Oh,
wait for
boy.
Trekkie.
It's been 2 hours.
What?
It has been almost 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
but
we
Come
have
back.
been running religiously
Welcome
long
back.
with these.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
last two were 5 hours.
yeah.
So
It's like-
we are very much on the short side. Not that's a
Well,
bad
I
thing.
was talking to. I was saying, like, again, this is no hatred to my other DM that I have, but those sessions go for like 3 hours, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill someone. My sessions go for like 5, and I'm like, what?
Goes by so fast. That means I'm doing my job right. I'm glad you're having
What's-
fun.
what's-
Again,
What's
it's
amazing-
not the other DM's fault. It's because that group has 7 people in total.
Oh
Too big.
god.
It's
Five
so
people.
Yeah.
5 people in my last campaign
We-
was too many. Had to cut
Yeah,
it down.
we had Sam and I were in some college D&D games that were like 5-6 people, players, and then DM, and it was like,
We were in one that was like 8 people.
Oh my gosh.
which one was that?
That was the one. I'm not gonna like dox people, but that was the one I played.
Is that the one
The
with
cowboy
Kaylee in it,
orc.
or was that?
I was the cowboy orc. We were only there for like 5 sessions. 3 sessions? It was really short. It did not last.
That wasn't the like Alice in Wonderland one, was it?
No, that was not. That was also a huge group though.
Oh,
'Cause
was it the one where?
college is like when
Remember
you're
that?
doing your college campaign and you have like a relatively big friend group, you don't want to be like, you can't sit with us. The party's full.
It's hard. It's like you could split it into separate parties after like the initial campaign, but
Yeah.
it's also hard because it's like double the work
Yeah,
for
no,
the
fuck
DM.
no, I would never do that. My
Yeah.
method will now and forever be send in an application, bestie, and the college board will get back to you shortly.
Yay!
Come
we
prepared or
made
don't
it,
come at
guys.
all.
We made
Shout
it
out.
into the College of Dragons.
You made it to the Dragon
Wasteland.
College.
Shoutouts to your roommate being in one of the in the Alice in Wonderland campaign. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that was absolutely bad shit. Anyways, before we give too much details and inadvertently dox someone, let's get back to it. Trikey's back. Trikey's eating though. Trikey, can we continue or you want to wait until you're okay. We can continue. Go ahead. What's for dinner, Trikey? What's for dinner? I'm curious.
You gotta
Sushi!
know-
Hell fucking yeah, bro.
Nice.
I want sushi so bad. I've been craving spicy crab for like 10 days. Anyways.
Beef.
Okay, so you guys, I forget where we were. Nero. Oh yeah, you guys were hiding shit in your clothes. All right, is everyone all armed and dangerous? And by that I mean totally not armed. Wink.
It's like Valente has Devon's
Devon's
ear
ear.
hidden, along with the fruit knife.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He didn't try to do the fruit knife.
Okay, he didn't try. Okay.
No,
Edwin
Val's
does-
sleight of hand is -4. He's got a bad. It's one of his negative proficiencies. So he's like, I'm not subtle. I if he were to actually be doing something about it, he would intimidate Nero into letting him do it anyway. But he doesn't want to get her in trouble for doing her job because she has been considered enough to like actually try to no longer treat him like a second-class citizen. So he doesn't want to get her in trouble for him not trusting McAllis.
Yeah.
So he was like, I won't try. And then Archibald was like looking at you. Like, oh, okay.
Eyes. So Archibald has the Thief's Sword and Dragonstone, and Octavia does have Dark Spikes.
Okay. Amalthea has nothing. Gare is not going in. Nero
Yep.
is still armed, but she's allowed to be, and Gottfried has his knife. All right. Nero, now seeing that you guys are wink unarmed, she seems satisfied with this. She opens the door for you, and this time she does hold it open for you, and she kind of like stands at attention, rather than just like swaggering around. She opens the door for you for this room beyond. Do you enter?
Yes.
All right, the first thing you notice about this room is that it is full of guards. There's like 8 guards in here. They are all heavily armed and armored. No dragon, thankfully. But a bunch of Macedonian wyvern knights who are also standing at attention and appear to be like waiting for you to enter. Like they're expecting a group of people to be in this room. Unknown people, perhaps. And there is a guy at the desk who is immediately recognizable to Valente. Perhaps a bit older than the last time you saw him outside of a dream, but he's got very, very long red hair, which is tied in a ponytail that kind of goes over his shoulder. He's wearing a black coat, which with like fancy golden, I guess, embellishments all over it. It's clearly very fine. And he's kind of got like scars all over his like face. He's clearly been through some wars. And he's sitting at this big wooden desk, which is absolutely piled high with all sorts of like papers. And he's got like a couple papers and like a quill in front of him, and it's like they've got pens in this universe. They've invented the pen. But he's got a quill. Very fancy one. So this guy is signing documents with a capital D. And he looks at all of you immediately with a sense of distaste. Like absolute like he does not want to see any of you. And he like looks carefully at each and every one of you, like studying you, like as if he's looking for something specific. I'm gonna put his art back up because
Why not?
So like it's there he is. There's Michaelis.
Hi.
Mikkel, excuse me.
Hi, bitch.
Oh, hey, baby girl. Anyway.
I'm
Why are you calling the
that
former
rat
king of
once
Macedon
again.
baby girl? Why don't we start
Once
talking?
again.
Why don't we
for a
stop
while?
talking now?
The teenage boy in me somewhere deep down just rattled. High school me just like recoiled and like, what the fuck was that?
Michaelis
Anyway.
is baby girl to me. Like, look at him.
See, we say it like that, it's fine. It was the energy that was.
But yeah,
Baby girl. We knew this. We knew this.
Oh, I forgot. He's wearing his cloak, which is very fine fabric. And it's draped in a very specific way. Like he just like fixed himself up before you got in here and has been posing.
And Octavia knows when people print. And Dwyer, are you okay?
Oh my god, sorry. That's when you hear that, that means I'm laughing.
I
know, but also
the implication of like McAllis trying to like look good for these random ass people, and then they come in
Octavia
and
is like, oh, you want to impress us? That's sweet.
that's what made me. Oh
he's
my!
He's not trying to impress you. He's trying to intimidate you with his presence.
Octavia takes that as trying to
He's
impress
actually gonna make an intimidation check against all of you to start.
Okay, I guess
you can
what's the
counter roll
roll?
with
Insight.
either intimidation or conviction. I will let you do either one.
Insight? What's conviction?
Conviction
What the
is
fuck?
Don't you remember she added the whole new
Base
thing?
D20. That's
Uh,
a character's ability to hold on to their beliefs in time.
Do I
of
have?
struggle.
Should I have
So
that
would
on my
it would
sheet?
just
No,
be-
no, it's
not
the
a
same
sheet, it's just
D20
a
for
flat
everyone.
D20.
There is no
okay, it's
modifier.
just a flat roll.
But if you may roll intimidation, you may counter roll intimidation, or you can do conviction. I'm not gonna say insight because he's not like hiding anything.
Mm-hmm.
Val got a 22.
Hold on, he hasn't rolled yet, and I
Nice.
don't have his sheet up.
Okay, I'll wait till
Hold on.
you
hold
have
on,
your
hold on,
sheet.
hold on.
Okay, but Val's 22. Just Val's 22.
Ah,
Val is not scared.
Okay,
Honestly, I think she should be able to roll with advantage even if she hadn't got a 22 because
He
There's
got a
no way
he got a
bitch.
20. He got a 20.
Oh,
a dirty
Oh,
20 or
God.
nat 20.
A dirty 20.
oh
Okay.
no.
Val still wins.
He's still an imposing guy.
Oh.
He's pretty big. Michaela's
Oh,
is
Yeah,
a
I got
tall man.
11.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What'd you get?
Yeah,
What'd
Archibald?
you
but,
get, Chappie?
Oh, I have a natural one.
Oh no.
No.
Archibald. Archibald
This
was
girl.
feeling brave for a second there, but
Plus 2.
Okay.
Plus 2.
Okay,
Okay, so it's a 3.
anyone who rolled less than Michaelis' roll, which was a dirty 20, will suffer a what is it? Not disadvantage on any counter rolls against his rolls for the rest of this sort of interrogation session.
Okay.
So if he
So
tries to
what-
intimidate you, deceive you, incite you, you're counter rolling with disadvantage.
Don't worry,
Okay.
guys. Val was planning on being the guy that talked for most of this anyway.
Yeah, so that worked out.
Oh, I
Oh,
forgot
fuck
to
it.
roll for the NPCs. Hold on.
Octavia
just
got
did
it.
not
no.
roll.
I feel
Godfrey
like
got a
Val.
9.
Can we get?
Oh,
can-
girl.
Yeah.
Nero's
Did
doesn't
Val
roll.
roll intimidation?
Godfrey got a 10.
Val roll-
Okay.
Val counter-rolled intimidation, yeah.
Both of your present NPCs are also intimidated by this guy's vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think Val rolled high, but he should have gotten an advantage because it's almost impossible to be intimidated by someone who you've seen with like pit marks on their clothes because they're a sweaty teenager.
Oh god. Well, you already beat it. You already beat it. So regardless,
I know,
you
I
are
know.
winning.
Yeah,
I would
he
have given
won.
it to you with that explanation, but you don't need it, so you're fine.
Octavia got a 6 on conviction.
Oh, girl.
so- yeah.
Is who is not currently being
I think the answer is Valente. and
Valente?
that's
Everyone
Valente.
else
Valente.
is scared of this guy. Okay.
Everyone's rolling with disadvantage.
Everyone's counter.
I mean, he rolled a 20. That's pretty hard to beat.
That's
Yeah.
pretty hard to beat.
I'll give you a hint. He's very good at intimidation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Val.
yeah.
Val, one of Val's. Val's got terrible luck, so that decreases it. But one of Val's proficiencies is intimidation. So
Uh-huh. If
I
you
would have
let
been.
me roll charisma back there, it could have worked out, but no.
Sorry.
If I'd lost the roll, it would have been fun. But the natural one is just like
Yeah, Archibald.
And I-
Archibald's not just intimidated. He's Archibald might be feeling a little afraid.
no. You know what it is? Archibald walks in and looks at the man, and the man looks back at him, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" She immediately told him everything.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
yeah,
he is
Archibald's like
he
in a
is still
mild
looking
state
from
of panic.
person to person, like he's like trying to identify something about one of you. So he knows one of you is a dragon, but it has not been made clear who.
Is he stupid?
I mean,
You have to remember the dragons in Arcanea didn't necessarily have green hair.
yeah, that's kind of a divine dragon thing.
Yeah.
And you're
Zane
not a
is
divine
known-
dragon.
Zane is known for his
Red hair.
It's
Red
okay,
hair.
Archibald. I'll take one for the team.
If it comes, I am Spartacus.
No, I am Spark. Oh,
I am
God.
I'm Radio Rebel.
Spartacus.
Christ.
Sorry.
Oh,
You're
Disney
doing the
XD.
cooler version. But yes, Lord Mikkel looks out at all of you. He doesn't immediately snoop out who the dragon is, obviously, otherwise he would have just continued staring at Archibald for a while. But after
Hold on.
Oh.
Doesn't Archibald have black sclera though?
Not all the time. It's a
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
all
it's
the
kind of a
time,
turn it
not
on
all
and
the
off
time.
thing, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always
That
draw
part-
him with it because it looks cool.
Exactly,
the
yeah.
black.
Yeah.
Like
fair.
I've associated it with. I was like, I think of him as what Chubby's icon is right now.
He
And so
likes he likes the black sclera better, but knows that it's a bad idea in a lot of
Yeah,
places.
no.
Like
Respect. Okay.
it's one of the few senses of Archibald has had no sense of style from the beginning, but he knew even when he was pure dirt boy that like the black sclera are like cooler than the fucking
No,
It
no.
is
human
Okay.
eyes.
pretty cool.
We can move on. I was just like, wait, isn't there like like two incredibly obvious Archibald things? His pointed ears and his.
No, like
Uh,
you guys walked into
sclera?
this town and he
Archibald's
blinked
hair has always
in
kind of
his
been
eyes.
covering the tips of his ears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the traditional excuse.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed was the ear thing, but then I was like, wait, there's a piece of art of Archibald on my screen where he looks visibly like a dragon.
Uh-huh.
Let me clarify.
Sam art
Okay.
is, believe it or not canon.
We
Sometimes I
just
do
like
be
to
shit
think
posting,
about
though.
it in our heads.
Shout
Anyway.
outs to original Sam version of Archibald. Who the hell was that?
Yeah, well, who's that weird twink? Anyways, we don't talk about him. We don't talk about the original version of any character, okay? Except maybe Valente. Valente looked good.
Oh, thanks,
Valente
guys.
was perfect as
Valente
is.
was perfect out the gate. Everyone else kind of ugly.
I
Anyways,
will literally cry.
I didn't say ugly. I said not right.
I said my version. Everyone else was beautiful in your heads, but I did bad on the canvas. Anyways, we're so off track.
Yeah.
Michaelis is staring you all down. He takes a long moment to put his quill away. Just really drawing it out. He picks up the files on his desk. He sort of shuffles them in his hands. He like bumps them against the desk to them all in a nice neat pile. He slowly puts that pile away. And he sort of clears the area in front of him. He folds his arms and he says, "An envoy. From where?
The capital of Finbar.
And where might that be?"
Quite a bit north, my lord.
He likes the milord. Was Val gonna say something else?
You have been periodically sending wyverns across the, it's like the Gulf of the Peninsula, right?
Yeah, the Gulf.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You've been sending wyverns up north and have been somewhat getting close to that side of that border. We were sent by King Klaus, who is currently already fighting a war with Valhalla and wasn't really interested in fighting a two-front war. However, I should note, King Klaus fights with mechanical soldiers, so when they die, they can be repaired and sent back to the battlefield. King Klaus has been managing to fight a war with one of the most successful empires on this continent for a decent amount of time, who fights with zombies. So I highly suggest you back off, because as much as he finds you a nuisance right now, I sincerely doubt if he actually decides to pay you any attention that this fledgling nation will survive.
Michaelis just kind of sits there for a hot second, like, oh shit, this one isn't intimidated by me at all.
It's nice to see you again.
Oh, hold on, he's gonna make a memory check.
He
Hold
already
on.
did.
He didn't make a memory check. He made something else, right? Does he remember? Did I say he
He
remembered?
made you had him do a memory check when we first figured out that it was
Oh
Michaelis.
yeah, would he remember?
He
did I say?
failed.
He failed. Okay, yeah, he's no fucking clue who you are. He kind of just like looks at you like, okay, crazy, comma.
And then he says, I am former General Valente of the 6th Legion of Altea's army. We met when you were young.
He's thinking very hard, and then he frowns deeply, and he says, "And what could Altea's army be doing anywhere near here?"
Well, I retired after my wife was killed in combat, and I sustained a decent wound to my abdomen that was still acting up at the time.
I don't care.
It's a story. You will listen, please.
He shuts his mouth, but like in a "I'm doing this
Yeah.
because I want to" way.
No, I know. I was then hired as a janitor for Cadane, which I am sure you remember.
He leans back in his chair with his arms crossed.
I spent many years there until recently. The administration reached out to me to guide one of their students on a journey to Jugdral to collect an artifact that they believed belonged to them, as well as, I mean, as I'm sure you also assumed, many people assumed Jugdral was a wasteland, that there was no form of civilization whatsoever other than bandits, which we've come to learn is not true. As we've journeyed the continent, both for the students' academic explorations, as well as to possibly still find that artifact, we encountered King Klaus, and in exchange for letting us access certain something,
He raised his
he
eyebrows
asked-
at
he asked that we deal with the nuisance on his southern border.
the
However,
nuisance being
need it.
us.
Yes.
And what is he offering you for your services?
And why does that interest you?
I have things to offer.
Why would we take your offer? We already have what we want from King Klaus. I don't think, other than, I don't believe you have the artifact we're looking for. And to be honest, King Klaus has shown us a great amount of hospitality that personally I don't feel like going back on. I'm a rather loyal man, you see.
Michaelis frowns at that and he says, well, I wasn't expecting there to be an entire kingdom up there.
Does he have to
There's
make
a
an
few.
insight check for how much he just got burned by the loyalty thing?
Yeah, sure. He would love to do an insight check. Let's see.
Does he realize that he just got fucking shot?
He rolled a natural 1, so his pride
my
is
God,
protecting
girl.
him like a bulletproof vest.
Oh, girl.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
If one more
But
person calls this creepy old man baby girl,
He's not old. He's like in
creepy.
his mid-30s at the very most.
Jesus, what's wrong with him?
What?
he's just weird and
He's
sad.
just weird and sad.
We have Godfried. Like, seriously,
This
we're
is
used
Godfrey
to this.
for women.
Godfrey with a max.
Sorry, I love making that joke every time.
Oh no!
I don't know what was said, but everyone else is laughing, so I'll laugh.
Godfrey, I said he was just Godfried for women.
Wait, what the fuck does that mean?
Whatever you want it to mean.
Whatever you want it to mean, bestie.
Yeah.
I get it though.
You're right, because I like Godfrey, but I don't like Michaela's.
Science proved. Join us next week for Mythbusters.
Other characters
my
that are
brain
Godfried for women. Era.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Era!
Era.
Oh,
I'm not a
etc.
woman, but
Yeah. Honestly,
Anyway.
shout out to whatever that was, this conversation.
Yeah.
No. But Val says there are quite a few kingdoms. Klaus has Finbar, which is a great nation with quite incredible mechanical fortitude. They are currently fighting a war against Valhalla, which was, of course, the Empire.
Not to
Would you like
interrupt
to
you.
say it, Edwin? Yeah, you could.
No,
Edwin
just
can.
like Edwin probably just like kind of like puts a hand on Val's arm and is like, "We don't have to tell him all this."
I'm trying to scare him.
Are you making an intimidation check against him?
Yeah,
Okay, go for it. He's counter rolling.
he is. And Val's the only person that can probably
It's like,
slightly
it's just like,
intimidate him.
we can just leave. Like,
No, Val, listen, this is Val's dream.
What's
Getting to-
what's
he's
Val's
like,
roll?
this is a lot of information to give someone who potentially wants to harm the rest of
A
you.
21.
Oh fuck, he got a 17. All right, Val's winning.
does he have to make rolls at disadvantage now?
No, that
Against
was
Val?
his power. Sorry, Val does
No,
not get that power.
She's not lame enough. but she's like, Belhala is a nation that currently has the magic ability to explode you into blood, which we have seen personally. It's quite disgusting. They are.
Michaelis just kind of sneers at that.
Of course, you sent Lady Nero to investigate Arwell, which is a fortress meant to keep out the beasts that roam the land. They have a very good defense, and she was arrested until we freed her. And then there's Luan, which is another fortified citadel, and a lot of other small encampments. But they're all doing, I mean, you'd have to get past Arwell first in order to do any sort of military action on the rest of the continent, I believe, or through Finbar, and I do not think either will particularly go well for you.
Michaelis thinks for a minute and he says, well, I suppose I should thank you for returning my subordinate. And Nero in the corner just kind of like bristles a little bit, like, that's me. Michaelis does not have a happy face on, by the way.
No, of course not.
No, of course not. Of course not. He's being
Yeah.
told he's stupid.
He's being told is stupid, and now he has his least favorite captain back.
Yup.
Val's smile widens and he says, I would never leave an Arcanean behind.
I don't know if the insight check continues. Hold on, I'm gonna another recognition of the jab.
Question.
He got an 8.
If this is
Girl!
can we if he rolls like over a 15 at any point on this, can we say that he retroactively realizes all the fails?
Yeah.
Wait
yeah,
a minute.
That's
Wait
funny.
a minute.
That's funnier.
Wait a
though.
minute.
Hasn't yet.
Wait a minute.
Hey, hold on. Have you even been ninja,
You got played.
bitch?
I think I was just made fun of in public, and everyone else was laughing at me.
And then Val finally says, however, as again I said, we were meant to deal with you in any way possible. King Klaus would be very happy to negotiate a peace order between the two of you, and we are here to negotiate that on his behalf.
Negotiations.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, tell me, how can a so-called kingdom with no outside transports whatsoever, to the degree that I have not even heard of them until now, be powerful enough to stand up to Macedonian wyverns?
Did I not just tell you? Their entire military force is immortal.
Well, that doesn't really matter. They don't seem to have any global presence, so they can't be very strong.
Why would they need to have a global presence? They do
Yeah.
control, I believe, the majority of the continent, and she confirms this with Edwin.
Edwin, shake your head. No, they do not. No.
They don't?
No,
Is it Bel-
No,
is-
they
is it
control a
Valhalla that
rather
does?
small segment of the
Edwin,
east.
really?
Everyone has a different point to make, but
Oh, okay. Val,
Valhalla controls a solid
majority.
like 2/3 of the continent.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I forgot that like the big desert is like in
Yeah.
contention. In my
Yeah.
head, that's just Finbar.
No, Finbar ends right at the foot of that white beast you fought.
Yeah, no. That's a me thing, not a Val thing. Val
Wouldn't say that.
I would not
Retcon.
say that. I just
Finbar and
have a
Thracy are
mental-
the chicken nuggets in the box
Yeah,
that
now-
is Granville.
Now I will, but Val will say, Val will, yeah, Edwin, the second Edwin speaks up, Val quiets down and bows her head to let him start talking because he does know things and she does trust him.
Edwin is still intimidated, but he's like, I know at least enough battle tactics to know that if you attack some other place, they'll always have a home advantage. So
This may be true, but this would not be the
just
first
because
nation we've conquered.
Val
Besides, I haven't seen a single morsel of proof that this kingdom of yours actually even exists.
And why would we lie to you?
Why wouldn't you lie to me?
why would we come here just to lie to you? You didn't know we
A letter from
existed.
Klaus or anything?
I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
you want
I-
something
Oh yeah,
from
we
me?
do have the old. We do have the. Did the merchants give the letter back to us?
No.
God damn it.
Well, I mean, if you'd like to keep sending wyverns up there, you can, but ultimately what's going to happen is Finbar is going to have to come over and fight back, so
Also, they do have rather complicated projectiles.
That seems to put him on edge a tiny little bit.
yeah.
Nothing good ever came when a wyvern
Yeah.
meets a projectile.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Godfried!
thank you, Godfrey.
Godfrey didn't make any of them. Godfrey's just
He-
hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's shown Klaus his like blueprints and shit.
Oh yeah, no. Believe you me, Klaus is gonna show up with something fucked up when next time
Yeah.
That's why we're thinking Godfried. Godfried invented
Yeah.
some shit, showed it to Klaus, and Klaus went tee.
Tee hi now.
Um,
Thankies.
yeah.
Uh,
And at that point, Octavia also says, and our well is similarly outfitted with anti-draconic methods due to the beasts. As I'm
Ballista.
sure your subordinate, Ballista, I'm sure your subordinate has informed you.
Nero has not informed him of this yet, but she turns to him and she says, "It's true, my lord." Before going back to being very, very quiet in the corner. Michaelis, or Mikkel, I gotta call him by his name.
By his new name.
By his cool new secret name that no one could guess. Mikkel, he thinks about this and he says, so, what you're telling me is that crossing over any sort of border into this so-called kingdom of yours will result in casualties.
Most likely, if not fatalities.
One of the guards sort of leans down to whisper in Mikkel's ear then, and he spends like a good couple minutes like listening to this guy. And it's clear that he's thinking very hard. And he looks up at you and he says, "I'll have your proof now."
What proof would you accept?
That's not up to me. What do you have to show me that this kingdom of yours actually exists?
We don't have anything with us, but
We need our
wait,
message
wait,
from the
one
king
sec.
got us through our well.
one sec.
But also,
We
That's
we
tricky.
don't
the old
we-
map.
well that too, but we don't have anything you couldn't dismiss as something we made up, certainly, because we do have maps, but
Yeah, he kind of like snorts at that, like, huh, anyone can make a
yeah.
map.
Yeah. But if you were to believe us and send some kind of scout or someone intending to speak as an envoy on your behalf, you would find that it's true.
Weren't all of our clothes
Just telling you that there
made?
is. We're just telling you that there is.
Yeah, but like that doesn't
And they would
specifically.
That doesn't specifically Finbar make, but that also doesn't necessarily show proof, because what does he know about Finbar make?
Exactly. Like that's the problem. That's why Val asked. She's like, we could show you anything, and you could dismiss it as belonging to a different nation. Like the only thing you like a letter that we fabricated. There's nothing we could do that you couldn't take as false.
Yeah, so the best we can offer you is telling you what we know, and you can go confirm it yourself. But I believe King Klaus, at the very least, believed that he didn't know that you were here either. So we haven't given anything for proof of that kind, but we're here to find out what's going on, and now that we have, that's what we can offer you.
Well, let me talk with my advisors for a few moments. You may be excused. And he sort of waves you out, and Nero opens the door again, like, "All right, guys, get out, get out."
Val does a salute and bows and begins to leave.
The rest of you follow.
Octavia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nira stays behind, but only for a couple seconds before she is also shooed out of the room, where she kind of like
Aw.
stands awkwardly with the rest of you guys, like, "Oh, I'm keeping watch. Very important job."
That's Lord Mikkel.
Nira
You
looks at all
spell-
of you
you-
and she says, "Well, I believe you if it's any consolation. I did tell him."
Thank
you
you.
spilled everything
Thank you.
instantly, didn't you?
Well, of course. He has no
I should
reason
have
to trust
expected.
any of you. But, you know, I
Um,
didn't say anything bad either. Or at least nothing I consider bad.
Val like looks at her for a second and then goes, "Why are you so loyal to people that don't like you?"
Well, he likes me. Of course he does. I am a valued member of the Macedonian army, as was my mother before me.
Can we have her make an insight check?
Yeah, let's see if she really
Yeah,
knows what's
when
going
it's being
on.
like
Oh, poor
directly
Nero.
addressed to her face, Nero.
Let's hold on. She's not very good at insight.
Oh,
She
girl.
rolled
No
a
shit.
3. So she completely and totally believes what she's saying. Like, she's uncomfortable,
Mhm.
but she thinks
Yeah.
she's wanted here.
Then why is he
has to
so
like
ang-
her.
Then why is he so angry with you for failing against an entire city?
Well, probably because I brought a dark dragon back to his home without
Archibald's
telling
a
anyone.
weird.
I am not a dark dragon.
He's
Oh,
not a
you
dark
know what I
dragon.
Not what
mean.
that is. No,
He's-
that's a different thing.
That's a different thing.
Learn your words.
Also,
Any dragon.
Archibald's kind of like a weird dirt man, and I mean that affectionately. You're my friend, and
No, it's no offense taken.
okay.
I mean, yeah, we'll be out of here as soon as possible, honestly.
You try very hard, and from what I remember of Mikkel, he doesn't
Lord
seem
Mikkel.
to be Lord Mikkel. He does not seem the type to reward effort so much as results.
Well, hopefully in time I'll have results. Do you want to know what he really wants?
To conquer the
Power.
Well, yes, obviously, all
king
of those things.
To be king of the entire continent.
But, you know, I think there might be a pretty easy way to get him off your back or whatever.
Oh no. Go on.
Val raises an interested out eyebrow.
She kind of looks at Archibald for a second and she says, "So, when we were traveling,
Oh no.
well, we couldn't help but notice that we were being followed. And he's been pretty miffed about the whole situation."
Followed.
Oh, yes,
By-
a small troop of fire dragons.
Oh. God.
So, well, to be quite honest, we've just kind of been trying to get to a little bit more of a secure location than this big open field full of burnable plants. So,
Followed from where?
oh, Arcanea, of course.
Why?
We slaughtered like hundreds of their kin. I mean, I would want to follow me if I was them. I can't say I
Huh?
don't understand.
Oh.
I don't think
anyways,
we can do
they
a
set
lot
up
about
camp
that.
to the south, and they're barely being held back by those weird little harvest creatures. But I'm sure once those go back into hiding or whatever they do during the winter, you know, those dragons won't waste any time coming up here. So
Are these
we've been a little hasty.
harvest creatures like the ones that you're
Oh, the little
the
burning
big-
things from the field. You saw them.
the ones that you guys have been killed?
Oh, we
Killing.
only
The
kill them
effigies.
when they get too close to us. We can't have them spooking the wyverns. Or the dragons. Excuse me. Haha.
So they're defending you from the dragons, but you're killing them also?
Not actively defending, they just exist. I'm sure a fire dragon wouldn't be able to do much against a bunch of literal burning husk. It's already on fire.
But the burning
Yeah.
husk also wouldn't do much damage against them.
But it's been keeping them back so far. I don't know, maybe there's more to it? I've only seen the little ones wandering around.
but they have been a natural defense against them, and you killed them.
Not all of them. We haven't been killing all of them. There's always more. I don't know where they come from, but there's always more.
Val
But-
seems to be like contemplating something.
Oh boy.
But if you want just like, I don't know, a hint or something, maybe just like get rid of those dragons for us and we might be inclined to stop looking
What?
for a safer place to go. This
Do
is a
you-
pretty nice area. I don't want to leave.
Do you know who those fire dragons are? Do you know any of their names?
No. Well, we haven't really got the chance to talk to them, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't. I would probably just skip straight to the stabbing part.
I'm going to ask a very important question. Has anyone ever mentioned the name Salamander? Ever?
She's gonna make a history check.
Oh, Jesus.
No.
That is
Oh,
should be
no.
a
Oh no, she rolled a
No.
13. She rolled a 13. She's fine.
Oh, no.
She's heard the name. She's like, yeah, isn't that like a holy dragon or something in the Big Book of Miracles or whatever you're calling it? No, it's not one of those.
Okay, Octavia looks like she's a deer in headlights for a second.
No, these are just like pesky little underlings or something that are sad that we killed their mommy or whatever. Get over it.
mean,
You're a
No.
million years
that-
old. You had plenty of time with mommy.
Octavia's has a moment and she's like, anyone would be sad that their mother is dead.
That was just an example. Obviously, we were only killing like soldiers and stuff. I wouldn't set foot on Dolar soil.
Mm-hmm.
They came to us.
Do you have...
Do you ever
Never
think
mind.
that perhaps they're looking for the exact same thing all of you are looking for? A safe place to go after a war ripped them apart?
I mean, maybe, but we already found the safe place, so they can turn around and go home.
Why can't you share it?
We're not sharing with fire dragons.
Why fire dragons?
What is wrong with you people?
Why-
Yeah,
Oh.
Edwin, let's go.
Yeah, go Edwin,
Kill
go.
him.
She's just gonna like
Killer.
look at Edwin, who hasn't really said anything like super mean the entire campaign, but also the entire time she's been in his presence, and she's just gonna like give him a look like, oh, what, you have information? What's your deal? I don't know. What's wrong with you? You haven't lived here. You don't know what's going on. You just got here.
Yeah,
Haven't we been here for a while?
In the city? No, you've been here for like an hour.
I was talking to you, Sam, but
No, you
like,
haven't been in Thracia very
She
long.
meant the city. She meant
She meant-
Thracia,
she
not.
meant-
Yeah, it's like
I was like, I think we've been in Jugdral.
No, yeah, you've been in
guys.
Jugdral, but you have not had any
Yeah, no, no,
interaction
no.
with fire
Yeah.
dragons or wyvern knights.
yeah,
This
yeah.
has been a separate issue from where you are.
No, that's totally fair.
Mhm.
But Val says yes, but I also think that we're the kind of people that don't assume or think of any other group of people as inherently lesser.
Well, that's really nice of you, and you're welcome to just walk on down there and deal with the little issue yourself. Maybe have a little tea time with the dragons and try to figure it all out. But we've got bigger issues because there's a lot of people here, and there's about to be a lot of fire dragons here also.
maybe we should talk to them.
Wait.
Val,
Nira kind of looks
Hang
like,
on.
what? You want to actually? I was kidding. Whoa.
Val's
What?
like, the problem
Hang on.
is,
Oh, no, you go.
yeah, no, you can go.
What? One, I just need a second here. You say fire dragons. These are...
Yeah.
I'm confused. Weren't the dragons who did, slavery or whatever, wasn't that earth dragons and the shadow dragons the
Dolar
one that
was, like,
exists?
all the
Dolar was
dragons
all
in
the
one
dragons.
continent.
All the
Dolar was
dragons.
everybody. It's just the earth dragons that went like ultra crazy.
Yeah.
There were absolutely like sane fire dragons in their army.
I
Mhm.
see. We were all slavers. Goody.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that Zane like dipped.
Zane was
Yeah.
like, I'm a piece. I think it's only the
Yeah.
divine dragons that weren't like fucking with those
Yeah,
guys, but they're off like
basically-
in their
Yeah.
divine dragon like Olympus, like
Realm.
eating grapes and I don't know,
Shit.
doing whatever.
Like, the only known fire dragon on Arcanea
Shout out to
that
Bantu.
didn't was Bantu, who
Yeah.
could or could not be Salamander.
Yeah, shout out to
Good
Bantu,
guy.
Tiki's grandpa for real.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ban Ban.
I don't think he
Yeah.
flew across the entire.
No,
ocean.
he's
No,
He
no,
was
no.
old as hell. I don't think
I-
he did
Is
that.
old.
I honestly don't know if he could even like hold his dragon form for very long.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was old.
definitely, if you go by stats, he was losing it by the second game.
Poor king. It's all right. We still
Yeah,
love him.
but
Go, grandpa, go.
Yeah.
Go.
Val's like, my problem is I don't necessarily see why we shouldn't side with them instead of you.
What do you mean?
You slaughtered their kind, and now you're asking us to go help possibly slaughter more? Why?
If you're from Arcanea, you should know more than well about the whole enslavement thing. Like, we're not friendly with them.
You don't have to be friendly with them, but you're also the people who came here to Jugdral and took over somewhere else, which is the whole thing you guys got mad at in the first place. So what are you doing?
Unlike the fire dragons and all the rest of the dragons, we're not like whipping people in the streets and stuff. We're not feeding babies to the big gaping maw of hell. We're just like taking some crops. We're
you're only
defending this
killing their-
village.
You're only killing their sacred fire spirits.
Listen, homes get very close to being burned down. We only kill what we need to kill. Besides, they're creepy. And that's different from, like, people.
Octavia takes a moment and she's like, just because something is something you don't understand does not mean it doesn't have a right to live.
And if you're right that you've killed all of the parents of these are children.
Oh my god,
Which-
that was an exaggeration. I don't think we actually killed their parents. I think these are like soldiers from the army that are mad about their comrades or whatever.
Okay, so let's go talk to them and figure out what's going on. I think that's a great solution. Let's get out of here. Bye.
So I'm just leaving.
Octavia,
Yeah.
Edwin, wait.
We actually might have to tell Michaelis that we're doing this, otherwise
Otherwise, we're
if-
not going to get any
All
benefits
right.
from this.
Yeah, all right.
Are you going
Okay,
back
okay.
in?
Val says,
If we're-
sorry, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
Yeah, Lord Mikkel. Lord Mikkel.
Lord Mikkel.
Sorry,
Michaelis.
again. Lord
Again,
Mikkel.
Octavia also says, like, apologies. Like you said, this is the first day that we're here.
I know. I should have, I guess, said something earlier, but I was afraid, you might run away or whatever.
We have no reason not to trust you specifically.
She's slightly heartwarmed by that. Mostly annoyed still, but a little heartwarmed.
Yeah.
How much of this area does your lord actually control?
Oh, well, most of Upper Thracia at this point. Our dragons can take us quite a distance, and we keep the whole area safe. We do nightly patrols, of course.
Weren't we just in Northern Thracia like the whole way here?
Yeah.
And like
Yeah,
no
we've
one
been
knew
in Northern
no one knew
Thracia.
who she
Yeah,
was
and
or
Yeah,
seemed
no
to
one
give a
had
fuck.
any fucking clue.
Yeah, so can I roll? So what do I even fucking roll here?
I don't know if there is a role. You might have to, like, talk to people. You might have to gather more information.
Mhm.
Does she like just think that they own it or
Yeah,
whatever?
you
and,
can
like,
insight check her. You can insight check her if you want.
Yeah, I think 100% the situation is Mikkel and possibly her pride have led them both to think, or possibly even just
Yeah.
her, that they're way more
Hold
powerful
on,
than they are.
I have to pee also. Can we take, like, a quick break?
We all.
Sorry.
Quick
I was,
peek.
Yeah.
I was about to
What's with
ask.
the bladder and the party today?
I'm gonna go
Bestie,
now.
I
because
drank
they were
a
going, but-
coffee, 2 waters, and a vitamin water in the last 3 hours, so I'm
Okay, I'll give that one to you.
experiencing
Yeah.
things.
I might as well get rid of my sushi plastic box, etc.
Hey, everyone on stream, which I doubt is anyone, but maybe someone listening later to me. Dwyer. Oh my god, someone is watching.
Someone's
Hi.
watching. Hi.
Or maybe not. I don't know. It just says that there's
Oh.
someone This says there's one viewer on the stream. Because I was
Oh,
being like, hi everyone at who's watching, which maybe no one.
Maybe
It's me, Dwyer. Everyone's least favorite player. Just kidding.
No. Valente was so fucking cool.
Thank you. I did feel like this was her time to be cool.
It absolutely was.
Um,
She's always cool, but she was especially cool here.
Thank you. I was trying very hard to be cool.
And you succeeded. And
Yeah, but
it's great.
again, Val's like, I understand why everyone doesn't like dragons, but also I don't think that blaming random dragons for a regime that perhaps they did not do any work Of course, they didn't do any work to dismantle it, but they didn't do any work to uphold it on purpose either. I feel like going and getting angry at them for getting away from that space isn't necessarily like.
Yeah, it's kind of the question now is like, did they really chase after you, or was it just they ended up going to both of you are technically on foreign soil.
Yeah, and then the
None
other
of you have a claim.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Val's like, I don't want to keep going on, like, I don't want to keep doing things for other people. We have our own goal, and the more we're doing it for people, the less we are able to achieve that goal, and it's not our job to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you guys aren't particularly welcoming.
Yeah. Actually, I need to do a quick check on something. I heard something fall.
Godspeed.
Go.
Donna.
I don't think Donna.
Donna, what have you done?
Oh, no.
But yeah, Val's like, I don't particularly feel like doing something for you because I don't like you and you're not being nice to me.
I have a cunning plan for how this conversation with Kalis will go. Don't worry, it's not creepy. It's not like a plot rending plan. I just have what I'll refer to as an.
Okay.
Donna moment.
I
think it was in another apartment. Sorry.
Gotcha.
No, you're totally fine. It's good to check and then to find out later that you've been letting like water soak into your wooden floors for an hour.
Uh-huh.
Donna.
I just heard her chirp and I'm like, burp, and I saw her, I'm like, okay, and I just let her out of my room, so she's okay.
She's out there.
She's out there. She's fine.
Congrats to Donna for being fine.
Yeah, congrats to Donna.
All right, are we ready to continue?
Yes.
Yeah, you will know the plan I have for an extended bit when you will know the moment if it happens.
Okay.
Dear.
Sorry, I interrupted like a conversation. What were we talking about?
It was the conversation between Nero and like the group about like she was trying to offer them advice and Edwin was like, yeah, let's just do it, and was like trying to run away, and we're like, we have to tell them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're about to.
But
Edwin
otherwise,
hates this fucking town.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everyone is pretty suspicious of the idea of just like helping Lord Mikkel conquer whatever he feels like conquering.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So are you guys entering the big room?
Yep.
All right. Lord Mikkel is still talking with the unhelmeted, armored people, high-ranking sort of soldier folks. He looks over and you can see that he's immediately furious that someone would barge in on such a meeting, and he stands up from his desk. And he is very tall, so he's a looming.
Oh, we're barging in.
Yeah.
Oops.
Val holds up a hand and says, "This we were given advice by your captain on what possibly we could do as a favor to you in exchange for no longer annoying King Klaus."
A favor.
She said that there are fire dragons in the south that you are struggling to. You are currently being protected by the effigies, but
one
you're
of the advisors, like in the back, smacks his forehead, like, "Oh fuck, she's talking again."
It turns out the dipshit cuts both ways here, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a soft clang, but McAllis continues listening.
And
Excuse me.
if we were to talk to them and see perhaps what was going on and keep them from attacking you, that perhaps that would be agreeable to you.
You would just offer to go speak to a bunch of dragons without any promise of reward.
I mean, we're doing this so that you see us in a good light and perhaps are more willing to agree with our offer.
I see. And I believe I was told this by my beloved guardswoman over there. Why am I not to believe that you, one of you being a dragon of some sort, aren't just going to go meet up with them?
We saved the life of your beloved captain. Why would we go back on our word?
I don't know. Money? The ability to take this village for your own?
Haven't we
And then he
already
kind of
showed you-
flinches and anybody says, "City. City for your own."
Yeah.
Octavia
Octavia
smile widens slightly.
that he admitted it to. Octavia goes and is like, "We have not come here to attempt to conquer. We have not come to trifle with you. We come to gather peace because it's the best for everyone involved, including yourself, Lord Mikkel."
I see. Well, if you are a peace envoy, you're certainly very good at it because you are now offering to work for a second nation as a peace envoy. Hopefully your king doesn't have anything harsh to say about that. I know I certainly would.
Val says, "Oh, believe me, if any of us at any moment believe that this interferes with our current mission, we will not hesitate to back out. This is for the benefit of King Klaus and nothing else."
Interesting. Well,
So
I suppose me and King Klaus could both benefit from a possible conversation with those to the south. So, perhaps I'm willing to negotiate with you on such a deal.
Wonderful.
now Archibald will raise a hand. Just
Yes, Archibald?
thank you. Now I was wondering, do we? How far to the south is this place? Where is it exactly that we are? Like I said, your captain only mentioned it in passing, really.
I don't have the specific location. We don't dare go farther than the volcano field.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
It's a volcano
Oh, I see.
Octavia has a look on her face like, of course it's a volcano field.
field. Yeah.
Archibald does not flinch. He's like, they're fire dragons. What the fuck did these losers expect?
Mhm.
Val frowns slightly and says, "What would you want with a volcano field?"
Nothing. I just simply don't want them to come any further than that.
Have they yet done so?
I've seen attempts at the border, much like how your king has seen attempts at his.
Funny how that works.
Yes, well, it's a dragon eat dragon world out there. And I'm sure one of you would know that. He still has
Val's
no fucking
looking
clue who
around
it
us
is. He's
to
been
see
making
it.
perception
No.
checks
Never
and
gonna
failing.
Find out.
We've
He's never gonna
found
find
some-
out.
He's
At least
rolled
Archibald-
a 2 on every perception check he's made to figure out who's the fucking
Oh.
dragon.
This is
He's like,
fucking
I've got no
great.
idea. It's one of you, though.
This is like Archibald checking for.
He's pretty
who's
sure
a
it's not
dragon.
Volante.
This is like the entire first arc of the campaign for Archibald compressed into like 10 minutes. All right. Well,
Val looks incredibly amused at the fact he still has no idea which one of them is a dragon.
He
So
looks at Archibald, Edwin, and Gare a lot. No, Gare's not here.
Gare-
No,
yeah,
Gare's
Gare's
here
not
now.
there.
Gare shuffled back in
Yeah.
with you.
Oh,
he's like Gare's a new entry. Gare walks
Gare
in.
Gare like followed you guys in like instinctually,
Oh,
like, oh, we're
buddy.
going somewhere, and then he's like, oh fuck, I'm in a room.
if he attempts anything with Gare, Octavia's like, I'm human, and this is my cousin.
Human. Hi, we're humans. Don't read into it.
Normal human.
If Michaelis tries anything towards any of the party, like I said, she might just start swinging.
Half of
but
us
yeah.
are still armed.
Yeah.
she's not.
God.
She doesn't.
Let's
She
go,
thinks
let's
he's
leave.
funny in a pathetic way. She doesn't particularly like him.
Yeah.
And these are all the people that she loves with all of her heart.
Oh,
No.
Oh. Cal. But yeah, Michaelis has no fucking clue who the dragon is. But he's put out his
Would
foot
you-
willing to bargain.
Would you want us to, I don't know, like, you seem concerned about proof and knowing that what's going, would you want us to take some troops down with us or envoys or something? Like, how
No,
do you
I
want
won't
us
risk
to-
any of my troops against those things. We have
Not
enough
even
trouble maintaining
letter?
the border.
Can you
as it
have,
is.
Mikkel
Mikhail.
make an insight check?
Okay. He's not good at that. Oh, he did get a natural 20 though.
Okay, Archibald's eyes are looking over at Nero.
This is your next chance, buddy.
Insight check. He does also look at Nero, and then he says, "But I'm sure we could find someone to accompany
Of
you."
This was the bit.
Got him.
This was it.
Just got
This is
saddled
it.
with Nero. I was gonna let you let her go, but she's with you
She's with us at least for this next round.
for the
Listen,
next
as much-
literal leg of the entire campaign.
As much as I would be fine if we never saw him again, I do feel so bad
For Nero.
for her.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Archibald in canon here for the record was like, you are. The reason I had him roll the insight check is to not come Nero away. Archibald's like, you're sending us alone, right? Like, there's no. He's like politely checking. Don't send us with the woman. 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 And he's
And
like
then
looking over.
Archibald just fucking
Archibald just
decks
fucks him over.
himself.
Michaelis rolling his first good insight check. Doesn't see, I guess, that Archibald's a dragon, or does he? But, like...
No, he's not. That wasn't
No,
perception.
no.
That was insight.
That was-
He,
Insight
He
was
looks
to guess
over
your
like-
motives.
I'm gonna have him
You
make
know?
another perception check just for fun. 2.
Oh god.
Oh my god!
No
Can he
fucking-
only roll a fucking 2?
He's rolled 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s.
What are you rolling?
Well,
I'm rolling a
D4?
d20.
Jesus Christ!
the dice themselves do not want this man knowing
I
who
think
the
it's
fuck the
funnier
dragon
this
in the room is.
Yeah.
It's so funny and I
He's
love it.
he's
I would-
99% sure it's not Amalthea because Amalthea is a little villager girl, and he's pretty sure it's not Godfried because Godfried is like looks like
Look,
he's got his own issues.
We've lost every other temporary NPC after what 2, 3, maybe 4, 5
And
sessions.
now we have
tops.
Nero.
And I went to go take that piss when we all took the piss break, and I was standing there over the toilet. I was like, "What if we asked Michaelis for a guide?" Ding, light bulb. Like, hey, this is what we have a valid excuse to keep. Yay!
Yeah.
Yay! We get to keep Nero and we get to hopefully teach her more about how to be an actual
I want
human.
to save this. After all, so like, not again. This one
You
gets
can
to keep
rehabilitate her.
organs.
I can fix her.
We can fix her.
We can get her out of there.
Yeah.
These people don't appreciate you, Nero.
Yeah, they
He's
really
going
don't.
to have. So help me gods, she's going to have at least one brain cell by the time we're done.
Yeah.
Well, she'll level up some more at least.
She will be
There'll be
stronger.
chances.
So Michaelis looks to Nero, and Nero seems to perk up at that, like, oh yes, I'm being trusted with a very important assignment. This could really change everything for everyone. She does not she does not realize that she is once again being baited into death. And he looks at all of you and he says, well, aside from my subordinates' presence, I will also require some form of proof, either as to them leaving the continent, or swearing to back off, or I don't know. I'll take their leader's head as well.
Not doing that.
Or
How
He
would you
shrugs
like that
and he's like, it would
provided?
be easier.
Well, okay, if that does end up happening, then sure. But how would you like that provided?
I think that's up to your best judgment. Find me something from there. I guess anything that would serve as proof. Bring me a couple dragon stones.
Why would we take their very essence from them?
well, we will see what happens and bring.
Bring me something.
We will bring
My-
proof.
We'll do our best. My fear is just that you are a little too suspicious for your own good.
Oh, I have every right to be suspicious.
Can we have him roll a perception or insight check for his own getting insulted repeatedly
3.
one more time, please?
3.
This
Sam was already
Damn!
ahead of you. No.
Damn!
Yeah.
How? Is your
Nero-
dice?
Nero-
Is your like fucking like
This man
your digital
is a
dice
brick.
weighted?
Oh, where'd my fucking everything go? Hold on.
He's a brick.
Where'd my
He's
everything
a brick.
go? Oh, there it is.
House.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
brain is kind of a brick. Hold on, let me stick this back. real
That's what
quick.
happens when you almost die.
Yeah, he has so much blunt force trauma. Like,
Okay,
Yeah.
let's be real.
This is like, I'm just saying, Macedon was like the Australia of the Dollar Empire, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it was all they didn't send the scientists there, they sent the dipshits.
In all fairness, we're operating off FE12 rules, but in FE3, his last like act as a living person was getting completely maimed by a bunch of Dollar soldiers, and then
Yeah.
dying in like a fountain or something. So
Wait, does he have a different plot line?
yeah,
in the
he
remake?
dies in
He
FE3.
does.
He gets
FE3.
murdered in FE12. You can save him, but only like if you do a bunch of weird hoops.
Yeah, you have to like run all over the place.
You gotta run all over. You gotta like
stuff.
put Minerva on a specific village. You gotta like do a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. But yeah, his last act as a living person was getting maimed by a bunch of dragon cultists. So he's got some beef.
Idiot.
What chapter is that in, by the way?
That's it's like really late game. It's like chapter
Yeah, 'cause
20
he's
something.
trying to save his
No,
younger
this
sister
is
despite
very
being
important.
a shit older
What?
brother.
This is very important.
I know it takes place in Kadain. It's got to be like one of the later chapters. I want to say 20 or 21.
Is it
Wait.
Because
Let me
he steals Starlight from
Yeah.
Dolar, and then they beat his ass for it.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I remember I looked up to make sure he didn't like go into Kadain.
Oh yeah, chapter 21.
Okay, at first I
Why?
was
What's
thinking
all?
like, oh my god, did
No, not chapter
Michaelis
21.
meet Yodel? But Yodel was in chapter 9. So
Yeah.
That'd be so
Yeah.
fun.
You have to do some nonsense in there,
Recruitment.
I think, but
Minerva must wait on the
don't actually
village in the
see.
chapter before the end of turn 15. Then visit the village with Marth. Michaelis will join from the battle preparations menu in 22. So you got to do a
Did
whole
you
bunch
say-
of shenanigans.
Sorry, so
Minerva must
chapter
also be alive, I guess.
Yeah.
20, 21.
Chapter 21. Why is that? Was Archibald there? Archibald was just like
No.
at the subway across
No.
the street as Michaelis was bleeding out.
No.
Why are you having an
but
epiphany?
I have in my
was
notes.
Archibald brother?
Kolban is listed in my notes as being the lone Earth Dragon unit in Chapter 20 of Fire Emblem 3.
Oh,
Cool.
Nice.
Nice.
He was there. They met. They might have. I think we might know who
We know who
killed
mauled him.
Archibald's brother. Did he kill Archibald's brother? He
that
might
is
have.
entirely and completely possible.
Oh
The
my
funniest
Oh.
part about
god.
this, the funniest part about this is that this man got mauled by someone and is looking at his brother and is like, I don't fucking know.
But
Yeah,
the
I
thing
don't
is,
know
like,
this guy.
would Archibald know? Would Archibald realize?
Archibald
because
would
No, he
No.
knows.
have no
He
idea.
know,
But we as
after the
players-
Dragon's Table thing was like sealed or resealed or whatever, all the like
Mhm.
dreams and dragon shit like stopped. So like he, as far as he's aware, like he sort of got little like whiffs of like, oh, my brother's like that was a nightmare of my brother dying in horrible agony in battle, and then just sort of like the internet shut off. It's like, oh no, I'm alone now. So he's like,
Oh, Archibald.
Oh, buddy.
Archibald
he
seeing like
has
a
no
flash of
idea.
red hair.
He has no idea that this man might have literally stabbed his.
I think it might have been mutual.
Yeah,
Very mutual.
it
No,
was
yeah, that's
mutually
why I
assured destruction.
The chapter, because like, oh, chapter 21, he's one chapter off from he killed.
That's totally possible.
I'm just obsessed with the fact that like Archibald has to resemble his brother in some way, right?
He does.
But
And Michaelis is
because-
like, I don't know.
to be fair, would Michaelis recognize
No,
just
no,
a dull
because
soldier?
Archibald
like,
has a human form, right?
yes,
Yeah.
Koban
and
threw away the
Kolban
Dragon's Stone.
forsook that.
He
Oh,
forsook
right.
that roughly like what year was that? Like 200 years before. No, whoa,
Okay,
way
then
less.
never mind.
Sorry,
That's before like
it-
Iote was born.
It would
Yeah.
be funny
10 years,
if this was
10 years
no.
before that. So
That's
he
okay. So he's
if
not
Archibald
as
turned
stupid.
if Archibald turned into a dragon and he was a particularly perceptive man, it might be like, hey, wait a minute.
Hey,
But-
wait a minute.
No.
Who
Didn't
are
I
you?
stab this one before?
Uh-huh.
No, that's okay. This is less funny than it is, but it's still very funny that this man
It's so
cannot
funny.
make a single fucking
degrees.
check other than intimidation for his life.
And the one natural 20 insight, specifically to get rid of Nero.
Oh my god.
He has priorities.
I think
was
my
like-
my digital
was like,
dice
hey,
are just
Sam.
being possessed by Michaelis.
I reached into the video game, me, the player, and was like, hey, Michaelis, do you want to, like, off-ramp to get rid of Nero for a while? And the actual character was like, I'm going to bend reality to make that happen. I'm going to do it.
Anyway,
This is such a funny haha
God.
time.
Okay,
let's-
wait. I'm like
yeah.
trying to think. Where were we?
we were so like Val just said you're too
Yeah.
suspicious for your own good, and he was like, I'm plenty
He got
suspicious.
a 3.
We got a 3.
In
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so we started talking about if he knew that he was being insulted.
Mhm.
and Val was like, look, I would love to bring you evidence. And again, if we do end up going the violent route, then I will be happy to bring you something physical as a head or tail of some sort. However,
A
if
head
we
would be
don't,
preferred.
I know. However, if we don't, I sincerely doubt that they're going to be particularly willing to send fire dragons to you. So I doubt we'll get that kind of physical evidence, and I don't think you'll trust a contract, and I don't think they're going to want to give up their dragon stones either, seeing as they seal their very part of themselves inside of it. And I'm
write.
going to figure it out for you.
Persuasion
doing
check.
that.
Persuasion check.
Okay. Belle's not great at that, but he's
Is
not bad at it either.
there any way for Octavia to give support?
No, you
18.
Damn it.
18? Yeah. He is mildly convinced by this. He sort of like, one of his advisors leans down and maybe whispers in his ear, and he sits back down in his chair because he's been like standing this whole time. So he sits back down in his chair and he said, I would accept some sort of treaty or contract, provided it was overseen by my own subordinate. And he nods to Nero.
Val nods and says, that's acceptable to me.
But I would prefer a head.
I'm aware, my lord.
Well, it's very nice of you to wander in here and accept to solve all of our problems. I suppose it's only fair that I offer some sort of reward in return. And then he kind of looks back at all his advisors, like, what do you guys think we should give him? One of them, like, sort of points to a desk drawer, which Michaelis opens, and he holds something in his hand for a second, considers it, turns it over, and then nods to himself, like, yeah, that's pretty cool. And then he puts it on the desk in between all of you. It is a shiny rock.
Do a magic check.
Is it a Philosopher's Dragonstone?
That's
Is it a
Philosopher's
Philosopher's
Dragonstone.
Dragonstone? Or
I would like to roll magic.
That'd be so funny, because that's where you got it from the last campaign, too.
No, I
Michaelis
was
dropped it.
literally about to say I would like to add that Michaelis was the man who had used the Philosopher's Dragonstone in the last campaign, and the second one was given to Air.
He did what?
Oh my god.
Oh, you don't...
I rolled a 19 magic.
19?
Fire.
It isn't any sort of dragon stone. It is
Okay.
a
Oh,
stone,
what are the
and it
fire
is magical,
dragons?
but it is not a dragon stone.
What color is it?
As you're vibe checking
Oh,
this
God.
rock, with your mage abilities, you can tell that there's some sort of like warp magic going on here.
Ah,
Oh.
yeah.
He points
This
at the
is
stone. And
the-
he says, "Do you understand the value of this?"
No.
Yes.
Oh, apparently he does. Forgive me, I have no magical prowess.
I can
It's
tell.
yeah. It
Go to hell. No.
He's saying that to him.
No, I said no.
Edwin will
but-
tell the party
But
about magic.
Val does give his best intimidating grin in response and says, "It's because I mostly focused on all armed combat. Thank you."
I see. Well, perhaps branching out would benefit you in the future. Anyways, so this is called a guiding stone. Do you know what it does?
Does Edwin know what it does?
It's not in the items.
With a 19?
Mhm.
Yeah, I didn't put in the items because it would be a fucking spoilerino.
Oh, well,
We'll get there. I'm adding character specific items as they appear.
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Because otherwise, it's fucking spoilers, bro.
Yeah.
How many spoilers?
But Michaelis, Edwin, you probably do know what a guiding stone is now that you've heard it. You got that high roll, so I'll give that to you. Guiding
Mhm.
stones are sort of like, they're kind of like a warp staff. A warp staff will take you anywhere. The guiding stone is the thing on the top of the warp staff. So the nice shiny rock on the top. And a guiding
Yeah.
stone without the staff, it's not as powerful. So it can only take you to places you've already been.
Oh.
There's your
I
warp item.
see.
Oh.
So he puts his hand on this nice shiny rock and he sort of drags it around the table a little bit. And he says, "This is an item of incredible value. I don't think I'll be returning to anywhere that I previously walked, so it has no value to me, but I don't know. Maybe to a couple travelers intent on seeing their king as soon as possible, this might be of great use.
Val does seem to think that this is very funny. Like, yeah, you sure as hell aren't going anywhere you've been before. Huh?
Michalis has been banned from the Macedonian Arby's.
Yeah.
Please, we have the meats. Anyway.
Michalis is the
Yeah.
meats, and he's banned.
Well, Arby's, we no longer have the meats.
The meat.
But he holds up this, and it's like a nice heavy, it's like not tennis ball, somewhere between a golf ball and a tennis ball, and it's like sort of a glowing light blue white color. And he says, "So, if you come back here with either a mild form of proof plus eyewitness testimony, or what I actually want, I will give you this little trinket, and I will write up a little letter for your so-called king and promise something akin to peace. We won't try to fly over their border anymore. Not that we actually know where their border is. We'll just stay here because this is a very nice place."
All right.
That's acceptable to us.
Excellent. And then he motions to one of his advisors, who like starts drafting something like on a desk off to the side. There's other desks where like his advisors hang out. And he says he will provide you with a, I suppose, peace letter for your journey, and something else just to ease the tension should things go particularly awry. And then he holds his hand out, and another one of his advisors hands him something. It looks like a book, which he just kind of gestures forward to all of you, and he says, "One of you must know magic."
Two of them do.
Well, I don't particularly care who. Just take this.
Yeah.
Edwin, are you taking it?
Yeah, everyone can take it.
This is the tome Scylla.
We
Oh.
go everyone, the sound of everyone going to the
Someone wants to tell us what Scylla does.
How do you spell that? Oh, I see it.
SC.
Add enemy level to damage done. 1d4, water, one-handed green tome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big.
Yeah, that does get better as you keep going. Even though
Because if you think about it, the way that basic probability works, every level in this game, there is a percent chance. Like, there's occasionally a unit that has a, 200% growth rate, or, a higher than 100%, but on average, most units aren't. So in theory, what that is it's just removing the effects of levels from HP stats. That is theoretically,
Your
unless
game
you
design
have
brain is way too big for mine. I
unless
just
you have
rewriting
100%,
things.
Yeah, unless you have 100, unless the unit has higher than 100% HP growth, then that means that
so
thing
true.
functionally
I get it now.
negates. If it's adding their level, then on average, if someone has a 70%, on average, that's going to negate 70% of their levels worth of HP just by using it.
Yeah. I'm going
Holy
to
shit!
put it in the convoy for the moment because everyone's inventory is extremely full, but we can figure it.
It
Yeah,
says
that's it.
that should help deal with any fire critters you may find, whether they be dragons or those walking, shambling things.
they're called effigies, and
They
They are
certainly look
used-
like they would be.
they are used by the locals to burn their crops so that their fields may grow stronger for the next harvest.
That's
Yeah,
lovely. But if
yes,
any of
I
them
would-
get in your way, they're going to be burning you for the next harvest. So perhaps keep that tome handy.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
Oh.
that
No!
simply shooting one with fire is enough to extinguish it immediately.
Val rolls his eyes very visibly.
Oh my god.
On the note of those things, just as a aside from all of this, real quick, this is Archibald speaking to Michaelis, by the way. A lot of the locals on the way here seem to consider those effigies sacred, like gods or something. Just that's not really my forte. That's just I figured if you didn't know that, you
Oh, I've
would
heard
want to
it
know that.
before, but there's a lot of things people consider to be gods, and I believe in very little of them.
New people do.
There's a great quote for this moment from one of the stars of Critical Role, Taliesin Jaffe, which is I believe it's something like an atheist in a fantasy world is just an idiot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
God is
Yeah.
provably real.
What you
Points
can't
and
have,
care.
you can have a cynic. You can have a cynic. If you have an atheist, that's just a dumbass.
I
That's
think,
just
yeah, that's essentially atheism is believing that the things that people believe are holy are not as holy as they claim to be, etc., etc.
Which,
But that's
honestly,
just
if you look at Fire Emblem actual lore, he do be right, though. Because
You
Naga
be
is
right.
not a god. She's just a
Yeah.
lady.
You be right.
No,
She's like,
no, no,
I
no.
have no power of creating.
She's
or
like,
of
oh yeah, I'm
doing."
not a god. I just like rocked up one day and they started worshiping me, and I don't know. I just never told them no. So
Yeah. Even the gods
hilarious.
who call themselves gods, Milla and Duma, are dragons.
they're
and
just
can be-
dragons who got really
They're just
powerful and then
dragons.
started ordering humans around. They were like, cool dragons, as anyone would be. So Micallus is, I mean, discounting Gran and Ethnia, because they're not
Yeah.
a thing on Arcanea.
That's a question
Yeah.
mark, question mark,
Yeah,
question
that's
mark
like
right
a
there,
big
I think.
theological
Gran
deep
and
lore
Ethnia.
question.
One of them gets a single NPC dialogue name reference from fucking Leaf or whatever, and then like the other one is hand scrawled notes from fucking Kaga that was never
And
even
some
in the game.
and
So
two
these
characters
semi-canon
who may
gods.
be the same character are named after her, and also Ethlin.
Ethlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of reference to Ethnia.
that's
but,
the thing is, I would say that, like, personally, if I met a being that was very, very old and could do the things that Sothis can do, Milla can do, Duma can do, etc., yeah, I'd kind of
Crazy
believe that
shit.
was a god.
Yeah,
Personally.
no, it's totally fair. But like,
all
out of Naga's
accounts and
own mouth, she's like,
purposes.
I'm not a god.
No,
Yeah.
Naga herself, yeah, understandable. But
Yeah.
if I met someone who could rewind time, I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of godly to me. And
Yeah,
Sothis
though at-
just does that.
Before we get too off track with the
Sorry.
theology of Fire Emblem, which is just fascinating. I honestly, I'm
Mhm.
so interested in it. It's so fun.
It's so fascinating.
It's so funny.
But yeah, what he said something like, I don't
He's insulting the locals.
Yes.
religious
And then
practices.
Val wanted to say, well, that's not a very good way of getting their trust or particularly making them like you. And if you want to rule them, I think you know what happens when a bunch of people don't like you and you rule.
Micallus sneers at that because, yeah, haha, funny joke. You were mean to me. Fuck you.
And we get
I guess-
another roll for insight.
Yeah, I think he would have gotten that one because that was more of a direct jab.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about retroactive.
Oh, retro. He got a 10. How does that do?
You're in charge.
know.
I don't fucking know.
I think he's like, I have
He's
a
like,
feeling.
he's like thinking about it. He's like, oh, are they being mean to me the whole time? Fuck that.
At that point, Octavia also comes in and is like, you, despite your authority, I think the reason why this place is so nice is because of doing.
Is because
If
what?
you want to
Sorry, I
make-
did not hear that.
It is because of everything that these people have done over the past how many centuries, including the effigies. If you want to maintain that as a note of advice, it might be good to learn to understand it.
He frowns about that, and some of his advisors behind him are kind of like looking at each other, like, damn, do she be making some points, though?
And Octavia simply smiles at them. It is like very calm, very accommodating. He's like,
he Sorry, I just saw the meme in the chat. Mr.
You
Electric,
guys, like,
kill
really
him!
stupid Dante. This is why Octavia is being like, I am going to play nice.
Yeah.
I am going to do this so that way
Listen.
you all develop a crush on me and don't try to kill us.
Val already successfully intimidated this man.
Yeah. Exactly.
I
This is
think
just seasoning. This is just seasoning.
yeah, that's part of the.
Oh.
If Val had been intimidated, she might have been nicer, but she did not get intimidated, and then she intimidated him back.
Yeah.
So she's like, I'm gonna be as mean as I like because you're a dick.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Octavia did get intimidated, but is also getting, like, pumped up by Valente doing this stuff, so she's just like, okay, now I'm gonna try and see if what I'm doing with Nero works with her boss.
McCallus kind of waves off your, I guess, points. He just kind of like waves his hand a little bit and he says, we can debate all this later. This is not relevant to the current situation. I'm merely giving you this tome as a form of self-defense. Feel free to attack whatever you like as you go south.
Much obliged, my lord.
And you can keep that. I have no use for it. But, and he looks at Nero and he says, are you ready to leave immediately? To which Nero, kind of like pales a little bit and she says, perhaps in the morning? And then she looks at all of you.
No, Octavia nods like, we would appreciate having the moment to enjoy your hospitality before we go on our journey.
McCallus frowns and he says, very well. You may have a couple beds in the barracks.
Much obliged.
And then he waves you out of his office. He says, I'm done with you. Be gone in the morning. I don't wish to see your face around here any more than I have to. And then he stops all of you before he goes. He says, wait, before you leave, tell me.
Oh.
Which of you is of dragon heritage?
And why should we tell you that?
How am I supposed to trust you without that key piece of information?
How are we supposed to trust you won't try and harm that person specifically?
I've already given you a weapon with which to fight, and I've already given you one of my subordinates. Is that not enough?
What if
The weapon isn't particularly strong against you, and your subordinate could easily be charged to kill that person at any given point.
Well, I see no reason to trust a dragon that I don't even know the face of.
Hello.
I'm already pushing this
You
very
know-
far.
Octavia,
Archibald said hello. Archibald said hello and waved out loud.
McCallus just kind of looks at Archibald.
Val sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose.
McCallus takes a long, hard look at Archibald, and it's obvious from his face that at this point he'd kind of like checked Archibald's name off the list of possible dragons. Like he was it's probably not the weird little man over there. It's either the mage, the dancer, or the shifty-looking guy that just came in for the first time.
It's like, oh, it's the most pathetic one.
Yeah, he literally like does a double take and like open hand like gestures to you for a second, like, huh? Before like waving you away and saying, very well. You may leave. He doesn't look worried.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Octavia, for a moment, looks like she was about to take out Dark Spikes. Like, anyone who was close by can make an insight check.
Oh my god.
Listen, Val was also willing to grab Devin's ear.
Yeah,
Oh my
so
God.
it was a very clear, like, if you try to touch him, you will die.
He shoos you out of his office, which Nero holds open the door, and waits for you all to exit.
As Archibald walks out, he's like,
The second she like closes the door, Val's like venomous smile turns to like glee, and he was like, "Oh, that was more fun than I thought it would be. More frustrating, but more fun."
Gare looks at you like you just said something absolutely unhinged because he did not have a single little morsel of fun in that room.
Uh-huh.
And if any of you or And now, if all of you are still wondering why I looked like I'd been rolling in mud and dirt for 100 years when you first met me, reactions like his are why.
Yeah, that's a pretty good tactic. I'm gonna roll in mud more from now on.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
How
Don't do
powerful
that.
people hear about a dragon and they get all sorts of ideas, and then they see, it's like,
They underestimate you.
uh, underestimates, or is it them underestimating me, or is it estimating the word dragon?
Point. But anyway. Getting to insult him for that long was way too much fun.
I don't think he noticed half of it. I think he was.
You had
I
to be
kn-
so obvious for him to notice.
and that was part of the fun, was knowing that I could say anything, and his pride was too thick to realize that I think he's a pathetic little man.
Oh, he's
Nero,
so
who
very.
is still here, by the way, looks affronted on the
Yeah.
behalf of her lord.
My God.
Octavia is like, remember what we said. Palante knew him while he was a youth.
Ugh, still, it seems rude to bring that up.
Why don't we?
Didn't really. I wasn't like, hey, I knew you when you were weird and sweaty and awkward. I just said we met when you were young.
Ugh, don't talk about him
He
being
could've-
sweaty and awkward.
Yeah, she could have brought up the sweat. That would have just.
Oh, I
Stop
absolutely
talking
could have
about
been worse.
sweat. You guys are gross. I need to stop hanging out with commoners.
Octavia's like, come on, Nero.
Ugh, don't touch me. You're probably sweaty too.
So
Out
are
of
you. We
curiosity,
were on the road.
you were
She
common.
turns her nose up at that, like, yeah, she was, but she's not gonna talk about it.
Octavia leans
Valente-
forward and gives her a quick hug around the waist. Thank you for joining us still on this new quest.
It is an honor to lead this journey down to the south. I can only hope all of you manage to make it through so we can get home.
Well, is
Mhm.
you keep saying that we're commoners, which yes, but
Aren't you?
if you're not, yes, but if you're not a commoner, who's your family?
Oh, I'm from an esteemed Macedonian noble house. My family were some of the first to tame the dragons.
Huh?
My
Is it
mother
his
was a
family?
rider in the Macedonian army. She unfortunately fell during the War of the Shadows, but I carry on her legacy.
Not his family, is it?
What? No.
Is it his family?
No. She does not have any relation to him. She says noble family. If she meant
Yeah,
royal
noble.
family, she would have said royal family.
Yeah,
I
like
see.
she's like, no, we're not related to the royal family. We're just nobility. I would kind of say at that point, Octavia's like, what is your family name?
Fuck, you're gonna make me generate that? Oh wait, no, I have that. Hold on, I have
No,
that. I have
yeah.
that.
If you don't
that.
have that one, that's on
I
you.
have that. She has a
That's not
surname.
us,
Noble, of course.
Hold on, I gotta
noble-
scroll.
You created this woman.
I gotta
You
scroll.
better have. This is your child.
They're all my child. Also, this was done completely, not intentionally, but her
Are you
surname
kidding?
is
Wait.
Valentina. So hi, Valente. Her name is Nero Valentina, no middle name.
Hilarious.
Matchies.
Oh no!
Does she tell us that her
Oh.
last name is Valentina out loud just now?
Yeah,
for
she
the
says
first
I'm
time?
from the noble house Valentina.
Val raises an eyebrow and laughs, like, lightly.
Didn't you say
No,
you're from Brust? We're neighbors. Of course the names are similar. We're not related.
I didn't think we were related.
Okay, good.
So
It just made me. I just hadn't realized that. Yeah, anyway.
it would have been even. The only thing to make this funnier is if you two are from Valentia. That is
That would be
That's
quite
too many
funny.
V's.
But
Valentina and Valente from Valentia.
You can call me Nero, thanks.
I do believe
I'm
my
going to.
parents. I do believe my parents actually named me after a Saint Valentine of some sort. I don't know.
Well, maybe
Is
you
that a
have
real-
my
is that a-
ancestors to thank for that, so you're welcome.
Is that a reference to the real life Saint Valentine? Is that what that is?
I feel like out of everyone, maybe the Macedonians would be the first to be like, Saint, you're a saint. We're all saints.
Yeah.
Great.
No wonder
Awesome.
Michaelis went to Jugdral. They got saints up the ass.
Yeah, they're like, he's like, holy shit, they got so many fucking guys here. The lore.
Mamma mia!
Can I
Shout out
become
to
one of these
Mario movie
things?
tomorrow.
Who can hook me up with the dragon?
Hey,
I just
alright.
find it so funny that he considered also Octavia a potential dragon.
Yeah, because he's like, well, there's a shifty dancer woman. I don't trust shifty dancer
Hi.
women.
Ninian.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, real Ninian vibes, literally. But Nero, after being hugged and vaguely insulted and prodded about her name, she turns around and she says, I will lead you to the barracks. Just try
Thank
not
you.
to wander around too much. It's late anyways.
Understood.
Fun dream of it.
And then she begins marching away.
I'm guessing they gather their stuff and follow if everyone's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Edwin puts his several books back in his pockets.
it's 11 p.m. There are no more bits. It's going following the woman to bed.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Godfrey, finally, after I think an hour and a half, takes his hand off his knife, which no one noticed.
Good for him. I will say,
Play.
is there a kitchen in the barracks?
Yeah, there's probably a small kitchen.
As
The
soon as
very
they're there,
moment
Octavia goes to the
And when I say
kitchen.
barracks, I don't mean you guys all share like a room with bunk beds. I mean you're sharing the room with bunk beds. The soldiers are also here.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Awkward.
Val takes Devonseer and Apotheosis' spear and is sharpening them. You know.
Nice.
Yeah. For show.
For show and also because they need it.
Yeah, they do
Like-
need it.
And Val takes very good care of her weapons and armor, so
Mhm.
but
I would say Trikey, you said Edwin wanted to do a skill run, so maybe.
Oh yeah, if people wanted to do.
yeah, and Val did want if
Mhm.
anyone wants to learn overdrive, Val did want I was thinking Val could teach someone overdrive. So we could continue the so full of blood.
Yeah,
Oh.
Edwin's gonna try that right now until we have a way to remove his HP from his body. But
Yeah, that's kind of a thing. It's like
That-
maybe not right now.
Yeah.
Maybe Archibald might want or
Yeah.
need that.
yeah.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Because to be a new god.
I admit, I love Fantastical Step a little bit, but like, yeah,
It's the most useless fucking skill.
it has
is.
only worked for me like a few times versus Overdrive, which
Oh.
work every turn.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Overdrive. If
all right.
Archibald wants to learn overdrive, keep in mind it's an athletics check, and you must meet or exceed a roll of 20.
Six. Well,
Do you
Forgot
want
about
some
that.
juice? Do you want some juice?
does that work? Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, you can power up before.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Then yes.
Take that support roll, bestie.
Yeah. Okay, let's
Let's
see.
do
Hopefully
it.
it's a good one. It is.
Oh.
You get that was a 23. You get a plus. Is it a plus? Yeah, it's a +5. You get a +5
To
to
strength.
a stat of your
Oh.
choice. So athletics, that's
Right,
strength.
right.
Mhm.
Yeah, so get a +5.
Yeah.
Bestie.
The modifier's still not the best it's ever been, but hey, I'll take a +4. Yeah, it's not.
All right.
Yeah.
You can ask Godfried also.
Oh
if you want to
shit!
get
Can I do
through
that?
stuff more.
Yeah, he's the minute you get to the barracks, he like puts his stuff down. He finds a lower bunk, and he just immediately there's draft paper everywhere.
Mhm.
Yep. Can we? Godfrey, could you help me out here with where I imagine we're setting up for training or something, right? Like,
Yeah.
after a brief
We didn't discuss.
moment of wondering what you're doing, he decides that it's simply not worth the trouble to like ask. So he just kind of like waves you off, like, yeah, good job, good luck, whatever you're doing. Congrats, or sorry that happened. I'm not reading that.
What is that?
+6 to all skills. To all stats.
All stats.
All
Oh.
stats.
Well, I don't need the other one. That's not to the modifier, though, right? That's
No,
not to the roll.
+6 to the
No, no,
stat.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah. 11. Okay, this is a better chance. This is a +7. So that's still not great. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's good. That'll be a 26. We did it.
Damn.
We did it. We did it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Yay.
well.
You
Yay.
immediately comprehend what Volente is trying to tell you. Like, it all makes sense. You dig real deep into your dragon DNA and you're like, man, yeah, I should have more HP than that. Man, maybe I should have a boss health bar.
Where the fuck is overdrive?
Maybe
in
I
this
can
stuff
become
now?
as
Overdrive
gods.
is a passive skill, so it's 143 on the sheet. I have it highlighted just so I'm reading it.
What the fuck? What are inherent skills? That's different than
No,
where
it's
the
a
fuck
passive
is everything now?
It's a passive skill.
It's in the
Things-
it's in the skills and weapons.
If you
It
go to
has
weapons
been
items,
since
they
the
keep
inception
moving
of the
the
system.
click
They keep moving
Sam's
the buttons.
They keep moving the buttons.
click Sam's icon when you get there up in the and it'll take you to overdrive.
Yeah, I know. I'm already there. That was a dig at Sam for it. That they keep moving the buttons as they Sam quote.
Yeah, they do, to be fair.
No,
Mhm.
they
In
weren't.
all fairness, I did not realize I was using a completely different program. So
That would do it. That would do it.
anyways, fuck fork. Anyways.
Fork?
Yeah, it's called fork.
It's a repository management program.
Yeah.
He
I
made me
see.
do math.
Yeah. that
No, we didn't.
There were numbers involved.
No, there weren't. It was a push and it was a button labeled push and a button labeled pull.
It's okay. I don't like repositories either.
Anyways, yeah, you learn overdrive, replace whatever, stance thing.
So what is the upper limit of health at which things start to happen?
150. Redacted happens.
Oh, I've got so long. I have 25 health, baby.
God,
I'm never
if you
dropping-
guys are all gonna be like completely stacked on health, I might have to throw some harder enemies your way.
See,
Just
the
keep
thing
it balanced.
is, Sam, no, it's only gonna be so far. It's only 3 people in the party that have overdrive.
Once it hits a half, then I'll start
Sam.
throwing shit.
Sam, if you cannot deny us this after what you did to me in Elden Ring.
No, I'm not. Yeah, that's true. I got
If you can go that whole game using me as your health bar, you cannot deny me having a health bar in this one. Like, come on now.
No,
This one
go
is
for
mine.
it.
This health bar is mine and only mine.
Only yours.
For me,
For
not
you.
for you.
So true.
We
so
really
true.
do sound divorced. What the fuck?
All right.
This is mine and only
We
mine.
got 2 dreams to get to, so let's
Yeah.
I hate to
Also, I
hustle
will
along.
say, like, can Edwin and Octavia roll for skill, and also as they're doing it, can Octavia make drug bread?
Yeah.
Wait, roll for
like,
skill,
If
what do you
anyone
mean?
else wants to.
Roll for
Do
skill.
like a training.
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
yeah.
training.
Do a
So
quick
it's like
training.
I think they're doing the skill things as they're baking.
A skill.
Yeah, it is a skill.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah, make your rolls.
Okay.
I was particularly proud of the term bread amphetamines this morning. I thought
It was
that
really fun.
Ooh.
11.
18.
Damn, alright.
All right, who be learning? I forget how it works.
I also forget how it works.
I think the teacher is the one who has to roll
Yeah.
high. So 18.
So yeah, and Octavia was the one teaching him like this is how we bake.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
both get a point for that.
Oh, thank God.
Yay!
Edwin's been so bad at this in the past.
I gotta put it in the manual so that it's set in stone.
Yeah.
I'm slowly putting things in the stone. It's a big stone, believe
Right.
you me.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay. So you guys get your skill point. Octavia, you're making the drug bread.
Yep.
You hand it out to everyone. Do you warn them what it is?
Will that make them not take it?
Depends on who you tell.
I feel like I can't tell God. I'm just like, oh yeah, that was a good recipe.
Are you drugging the entire party in secret?
No,
Girl, what the fuck?
I don't know what the.
You might have to persuade
just
some
herb bread.
characters to take it if you
Okay.
decide to tell them.
The second you hand it to Valente, she takes a bite, so it doesn't matter if you told her or not. If you do end up telling her, she does still actually keep eating
I do end up telling Valente.
it. Valente takes a bite, you're like, it's the bread that gave us weird dreams. And he, like,
Yeah.
pauses for a second, and then takes another bite, like, I mean, it was funny.
I looked fine in that dress. Give me that bread.
Yeah.
I mean, that dress was, you know,
Yeah.
it was supposed to, it was made for him,
Made
so.
to look fine. And he did.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, go to the sexy cowboy zone.
I think
Val, when he wakes up with his tits out, oh, damn.
Oh man, these just
Oh,
keep getting
damn.
weirder and weirder.
And I feel like Octavia doesn't want to hide it. So it's kind of like she does like, okay, the last few days were a fucking trip. And I want us to have something good before we go on another fucking wild goose chase.
Nero has no idea what you're talking about and refuses the bread.
Well, she doesn't get it anyway.
Yeah.
Like
Fine,
Octavia's like, I know you're not gonna take this, and that's fine.
It's not for you.
It's really not for you.
It's not for you, queen.
It's not for you, king. Gare is hesitant about the bread. Amalthea eats it immediately. She's like, man, yeah, that was fun last time.
Yeah. Octavia also, like, in front of Gare and whoever else is not really feeling it, she eats it too and is like, it's gonna be nicer than what we usually have to deal with.
Godfrey does not want to eat this bread. Godfrey really, really doesn't want to eat this bread.
Yeah, I know. But you already made sweet art, Sam.
No, yeah, he's getting in whether you want him to or not. It's just how do you want to play this?
Yeah.
He's going to EBDB.
Like, he's already going to EBD.
He's either gonna, you're either gonna convince him or he's gonna forget what it is and eat it accidentally. So, it's up to you.
Octavia, maybe.
Just
Oh
leave
God,
it on the
Sam.
next to
Sam,
him.
I have an idea. Maybe it's like he doesn't say anything, so Octavia just like rolls her eyes and like leaves the plate right next to him. So when he's in the zone, he just takes it.
Yeah, no, he's like halfway through like schematics for like really detailed like finger parts. And he's just like, oh, food in my radar sensor. Grab, eat. Oh, he
takes like 3 bites and he's like mid chew on the 4th and goes,
oh, beans.
oh.
Oh, she got beans.
Beans.
Oh, beans. He probably says something a little bit more profane than all beans.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Probably.
Like Octavia doesn't mention anything. She's like, I didn't force you to.
You can feel him glaring at you from
Yeah.
Octavia
couple
just
books
shrugs. Is like, hey, I just left it there for you to make the choice.
Sorry, I'm trying to decide whether it'd be really immature of him to do that. I'm gonna flip a coin.
Oh God. Yes, honestly, Godfrey can be immature with Octavia.
Yeah, he throws the rest of it at you.
Ow!
Not hard enough to hurt you, but enough that it gets
Just
all over your
bread.
bed.
Ah,
The Macedonian soldiers watching this.
Who are these freaks?
Octavia sees them looking at them, and then she just brings up the crushed, crumbled remains of the drug guys. Like, want some?
They all turn away like, oh god, who are
I
these
fucking
people?
bet, yeah. I'll
Archib-
teach you some fucking manners.
Archibald will take some if she's offering.
Yes. And Octavia looks absolutely cheesed that
Yeah.
he's doing that.
I'm so glad I've
taking
gotten
it.
more people to say cheesed.
Yeah,
Sorry. I am a virus.
You truly are
It's
the big
true.
cheese on this server.
I am the big
Anyway.
cheese. Hold on.
Hey.
Before we everyone's obviously going to drift off to sleep before this. I'd like
Gare
to
took
note
the
that
bread, right?
yeah, Gare had some. Gare was like, well, I guess it wasn't so bad. Like, it was really nice to
Mhm.
get that off my chest, and I feel close to you guys since the last time. I'll eat some, even though I'm not
Aw.
super fan of it. It didn't taste good to him.
Mhm.
He's mostly worried about the taste. He doesn't like nuts.
Slay.
Yeah.
I will say Octavia's like, I added cinnamon.
He likes it a little bit more with the cinnamon.
Yay.
But I would like to know that Godfrey stays awake as long as he physically can before he just like unconscious.
Unconscious.
He's like he's trying to fight it.
Well, if I'm going to have weird dreams tonight, the only solution is to never sleep.
But before we do weird dreams, I know it's late, but I have to pee again.
Yeah.
That's
My
I'm like
God.
an old person. I'll be right back.
Bladder.
You're so hydrated.
I'm literally so hydrated. It's like bad.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I'm gonna give Donna like a little stack because now she's on the desk
Yeah.
staring at me. I'm like, yes, I understand, baby. I'll be right back.
The baby.
Does anyone
Maybe.
care if I just use that experimental concoction? I keep forgetting.
No.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
don't. No, absolutely. Get better at medicine.
Yeah.
Understand what the fuck's going on with your body.
Yeah. God, I wish.
Edwin.
That
will
has a meta
surpass
commentary I
Godspeed.
didn't mean to imply. I specifically meant Edwin and his fucked up little scales.
Yeah. I'm eating it.
I did not. I mean,
I didn't think of that either till you said it.
I was like, oh yeah, you have a chronic illness. Real?
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Ah. I wasn't paying attention when you first started talking about this, so I wasn't sure what we were talking about until now. I see.
No. Yeah. It's fine. I've used it. I know Rand already was fine with it, so.
Cursed thoughts from earlier this session, looking through the item list and going, did Sam just give like half of the weapons dead names? Is that
Yeah, because she needs to anti-fire
Yeah.
Emblem it.
no? It's like
She
half the
needs
weapons
to
have dead names now. That's weird.
Scratch off this
Yeah.
the code.
What's happening?
You
Uh,
gave.
I
you gave-
was using the experimental concoction on.
Oh,
Mhm.
you're using it,
Nice.
Yeah.
Edwin. It tastes absolutely rancid, and immediately you like kind of realize, oh, medicine's not supposed to be like that. I think I have a good idea of what it might supposed to taste like.
Octavia
I
sees
have to get
his
rid of
expression.
McAllis.
Okay, bye,
Bye,
McAllis.
McAllis.
Bye, bitch.
Bye,
Bye, bitch.
baby girl or whatever.
Goodbye, baby girl.
That was the best thing that's happened tonight. Thank you, Cheppy, for that.
You're not
Help.
on the road either. Pretend you're,
Yeah.
I don't know, in a bed.
In
Yeah.
a dingy basement.
But yeah, everyone.
Sam,
Eventually. What?
Sorry, I just had the stupidest idea of you putting whatever the battlefield thing back on top of this and slowly increasing the opacity until we're on the Festival of Fools battle.
Oh, I should have. That would have been so good. It's a different map. I don't have them all in one file, or Photoshop would explode.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true, but it would have been funny.
That would have been so fucking funny. But we're not at Festival of Fools yet, because we've got.
Yeah.
We've got some other
Can I get
names.
once everyone
roll?
is asleep forcibly or not?
Yeah.
Can
Mhm.
everyone please make a luck a luck for me.
Yeah.
Just out of
Also, I'd like
curiosity-
to note,
Oh,
next to the barracks are the stables, so your critters are safe.
Okay,
Okay.
Critter's safe. Cool.
Did they have the bread?
The critters?
Critters come even if they don't have the bread.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, the
just-
lore last time is that Garlic kind of got into the trash a
Oh
little
yeah, he
bit.
got to the
Yeah,
garbage.
So you can
Val-
run outside, give him a
No,
little bread,
yeah.
say, I'm gonna need you.
Garlic, yeah, Val absolutely was like, oh no, Garlic needs to come.
Is
Yeah,
Jupiter getting
Octavia
any?
also goes like, Jupiter, try this.
Jupiter
Did we
definitely
give
would love to have some.
Nero the? Did we give Nero?
No.
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 No, she didn't
Okay.
want it, and
Nero
we didn't want her to
refused,
have
so
it
it's like-
anyway.
Yeah, she's not gonna have fun silly times.
I got a 5.
5.
Oh gosh.
Okay, also, I'd just like to note, somewhere out there, Aulus has accidentally given himself food poisoning. And
Oh,
Millicent is
Aulus.
going through Merope's garbage.
Oh no.
Oh man.
I got an 11.
11.
8.
8. Alright, what are the two lowest ones?
5.
Archibald, what'd you get?
Oh, like I didn't even mention it because I did. It's like a 21.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Edwin and Valente back in Dreamland again.
Alright,
yeah.
who got the lowest one? Edwin?
Val.
Oh,
No,
Val.
Val got
Okay.
a 5.
Yeah.
Alright, so,
This is why she kept taking first, third, second
Good
watch.
morning, Valente.
Mhm.
So, you wake up, and the first thing you notice is that it's very hot. Desert climate, even.
Mhm. Mhm.
The second thing you notice is that you are accompanied by a woman with long red hair that's in braids, who's standing with her hands on her hips.
I'm Jupiter again.
Get Jupiter, idiot.
Good Jupiter.
Val has no like he never has any idea what the fuck he's supposed to do in these dreams anyway. And now he's supposed to like do it as Jupiter, and he has no like he's like, what the fuck? Oh, God.
The third thing you notice is that there is a dead gray beast in front of you.
Oh, no.
no.
Not this. Yeah,
Not this shit.
I had a 80% feeling that this was that memory.
Merope gestures to the dead gray beast.
Merope?
Or not Merope, fuck.
Axinia.
Axinia, woman alert. Category 5 woman moment.
Val steps in front of it and crosses his arms. He knows this isn't gonna change anything. She's already dead, but like, she can't let the woman just eat it.
You're just gonna stand there. Axinia looks surprised and she says, "What? Valente? Move out of my way, please. Gotta cut some dinner."
No.
Well, don't snort at me. You can have some too.
Valente starts burying it with sand.
Valente? What do you... It took us so long to kill that thing.
Valente shakes his head
Why are
and
you doing
spits
that?
on it.
What's wrong with you? I know you don't like lizard, but we really don't have any other options.
He's just gonna keep doing it, man.
She kind of like tugs on your shoulder, which a 3D model does not compute. It should be like a wing or something. So she just kind of like yanks on your pauldron a little bit. She's like, "Stop it."
That I don't. What else is he supposed to do,
This
man?
thing is very large. It's taking you a while to bury this.
Yeah. Well, if he doesn't know. He's not supposed. He can't just be like, well, okay, I'll eat it. Go in your demise.
Would you like
He
to make some sort of check against her, or would you...
I guess. What? I mean, like.
you can make checks against her.
Yeah, I think you have to like persuasion, like persuasion that this is bad in some way.
Okay.
But this is evil. There's darkness here.
Okay.
13.
13. That succeeds. She kind of takes her hands off your pauldron and she just kind of watches you dig for a little bit, and she's saying, "You never usually do this when we hunt." What's wrong? Does it smell weird? Oh god, is it rotten?
How does she convey sick?
What?
I'm like trying to like Val
Make
knows
like a
that she
vomiting
can.
sound.
Yeah, Val gags.
Oh, really? That bad? It doesn't look bad to me. Looks perfectly healthy. But I guess you're the one with the good nose, huh? Well, thanks for looking out for me, Valente. And then she kind of gives you a little hug. I
Val
guess we'll
does
have to
hug her
hunt
back,
something else, though. I guess it's another day of rabbit.
and then nothing changed.
And then nothing changed, because Valente wakes up, because it's not real.
Yeah, Val was like, "Well, at least it's a dream that I do know the relevance of, but also, man, what the fuck?"
That one was so short, because Valente just solved it.
Yeah.
It's just like, simply
else
don't
was
eat
she
it.
supposed to, like, if I were
But
there, I
it's
would've
not
simply handed
real.
it.
Too idiot.
No, but like,
But
with
I'm
Val, she
different.
just be like, "Yep, let's eat it." Like,
Yeah, Jupiter was like, yum, yum, yum. But
But he didn't eat it. Jupiter refused to eat it according to
yeah,
her
because
diary.
he's like, that's your meal. I have my rabbits.
Oh,
Oh.
buddy.
but that's the thing is like,
He was
Well,
trying to
how-
look out for her and it backfired so bad.
yeah. Here's the thing, though, is I'm asking you, how do you think any of us were going to react to that dream?
Well, you
Like,
made a
just, like,
check.
let her
You
eat
made
it?
a check that succeeded.
That's true. If he had failed, she would have just been like,
She would
"Stop,"
have
and
been
ate
like,
it,
"Stop it! I'm gonna make my dinner.
and then
You
ate
want
it,
mac and
and
cheese?"
then she would have gotten sick and become a black beast.
Does a wyvern get affected by eating that?
Who can say?
Yes. Yes, because look, it gets affected in some form or another because remember what Alika found in the woods? And brought home to cook for dinner?
Oh. I thought
That might have been why they all survived, partially.
Yeah.
Because it had already gone through something else.
It already gone through.
I see.
So we don't know.
I always assumed, maybe incorrectly, that it was actually not a wyvern, it was some other beast thing, but no, that makes sense.
We don't know because
Val has terrible nature check.
yeah, so Val
I
couldn't be
assumed
sure if
Alika-
it was a beast or if it was a wyvern.
But if it was a wyvern, it does make sense that as it had already kind of gone through another being, it was more diluted and everything. But anyway, yeah, Val wakes up and is like, "Damn, that
I'd like
sucked."
to say when you wake up, it's like way hazier than how you usually wake up. The drug bread still has its hold on you.
Great. Val's plan was to go back to bed anyway.
All
So
right.
peace out.
And then Edwin, was it?
Yeah.
Hi, Edwin. Edwin,
He's
you
back.
awake to the opposite temperature sensation. It's cold.
Oh man.
Hmm.
Gee, I wonder if this is Godfrey's dream.
You're standing in front of a wooden door.
Does it look like the door to Godfrey's cabin?
No, it does not. This one has a silver, like, knocking thingy on it.
If I look around, is it actually like snowy Celise or?
Yes, it is definitely snowy Celise. You've been in these woods before, but this is not Godfrey's house.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Tomorrow-
call it a cabin. Godfrey's cabin.
Yeah. I would like to knock on the door.
Okay. There's nothing for a couple seconds, but then you hear, like, dogs barking somewhere distantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like dogs.
Yeah!
Hell yeah! Hell yeah, our girl.
Oof, dogs. A lot of dogs, not just one dog. And they don't sound like Millicent. Millicent has a very, like, low, loud bark. Like,
Yeah.
she's big.
She's big.
She's a
Mhm.
big doggy. These are like normal dog barks.
Mhm.
But yeah, the door cracks open after a brief couple moments of the dogs being, you can presume, subdued in some way. And on the other side of the door is a young lady with purple hair.
Is it
It
Merope?
is Merope. Definitely not the Merope that you know now. You've met her briefly. She
Yeah.
doesn't have like any wrinkles or anything. Not that she was old in the first place, but you know, she's not middle aged. And she just kind of like looks at you for a long minute, like, who the fuck are you? She says, "Hi, can I help you?"
Hi. I think we haven't met before.
She kind of looks at you again, like trying desperately to remember, like, why is there someone here? Before like something like clicks in her brain, she says like, "Oh, you're here to fix the piano."
Oh, this is the piano.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that what Edward says? Very convincingly. She opens the door for you. It's warm inside.
I'll go inside.
Her house is much bigger than Gottfried's little cabin thing.
Yeah.
It's like a proper like house with
Mhm.
many rooms. Not like a mansion, but like, you know, a normal living space.
Yeah.
Every surface is taken up by a dog. Like just and like Labradors. They're not like big scary dogs. They're like various colors of Labradors. All of them look doofy as hell. And they're all just kind of like laying down, like, but like the kind of laying down where they very obviously want to like come up to you and like
Yeah.
sniff you.
Yeah.
But clearly she's got her hawk eyes on them, so they're not moving.
Yeah.
She leads you inside into sort of like the living room space of the house, which is thankfully dog free. She closed the door behind you. And in this living space there is a tiny little bookshelf mostly filled with like trinkets and stuff. There is a table with a couple wooden chairs just like haphazardly around. There's like portraits on the wall, there's pictures, all sorts of, you know, art of varying aptitude. There's a couch, and then at the back of the room by the window, which is like halfway snow, halfway of it, is this big grand piano. And she motions to it and she says, "Well, I don't really know what's wrong with it, to be quite honest, but maybe you would?"
Does this look like a nice expensive piano?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Well, does it make noise still?
As you press on the keys, it does make noise, but it's a little bit like out of tune, and some of the keys don't work at all. And she sighs as you do this, and she says, "One of my dogs got in there.
Oh.
They got teeth."
Yeah. Is the lid lifted?
Yes.
Okay. So can I look inside and see what the damage is?
Sure. I'm not gonna make you make a roll for that because it's obvious. A lot of the strings have been severed, and those that aren't are kind of like bent and stuff. Some of the keys, as you look inside, some of the keys are actually like skewed.
I don't suppose I have tools or anything with me.
You are carrying something.
Okay. What is it?
It is a wood and metal box across your shoulders.
Ah. I would like to put it down and open it.
Okay. Well, it's Godfried's, so you've seen the inside of it before. There's no clothes and no magic scope. There's nothing crazy. The entire middle section of the box has been removed. But it is full of like, you can see that there is a wood saw, there's like a wrench, there's all sorts of various simple metal tools, and there's a big like thing of like coated string, like what one would use to fix a piano, hypothetically.
I see. Oh, hold on. I need to see if Edmund knows what to do with any of this.
Yeah, you're about to make some tech rolls.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, that is wisdom, huh? Well, I got like an 8.
An 8.
for just like
you-
generally knowing what
you
is going on.
vaguely know what some of these things are. Like, you know a hammer when you see one, and you can guess what a saw is used for in the context of
Yeah.
something like this. But as far as like the little tiny dinky tools and the twine or not the twine, but the string and all the other like attachment things and the metal parts, you have no fucking clue what those are. So basically, all the stuff you need to fix a piano is a mystery to you.
Well, Edwin will take the hammer, because he knows what that is. And he will lean over to get inside the piano and kind of use like the claw part of the hammer, and try to like push some of the pieces back into place that look like they're out of place.
Okay. Can you make a tech roll?
Yeah.
To do this correctly?
2.
Yeah, that doesn't work at all. In fact, one of the
Yeah.
keys just kind of falls out the front, and Merope frowns, like, don't know if that was supposed to happen. But she picks it back up and kind of slides it back into place, like, oh, I'll give him another try.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe not the hammer. Okay, Edwin is gonna pick another tool to use at random, and with like 20 being the correct tool somehow, kind of thing.
Okay.
7.
You pick up something that looks small and thin. It looks kind of like a file, like a metal file.
Yeah.
It's very clean. You're not entirely sure how this could be used to fix a piano.
Oh god. Oh god, it's not a file, is it?
What do you mean? It's a metal file.
Oh, is it really?
That's what I'm telling you it is. It's a metal file. It's like got a bumpy part and a smooth part that you hold on to. It's not a fucking knife. You let this guy into your house, he shivs you.
I was suspicious because Trikey doesn't. You just said it's a thing. Like it, I don't know.
It's a thing.
It's dubious.
Yeah.
No,
you let her choose your weapon.
All the tools in this box are, in this moment, very well maintained.
And normal.
And
normal.
I hope. There's nothing out of place.
Alright, well, Edwin picks up this smaller piece of metal and is like, clearly this will work where the hammer has not, and goes back to doing the same thing.
Tech roll.
Less force. Did you say something?
Yeah, can I get a tech roll?
Yeah. Okay, 10.
10? It works slightly better. The thin edge is good for getting the keys back where they belong. Now they just need strings.
Alright. There is string in the box. I think Edwin can buy string. Can I just do like a skill check to see if he can like put a string?
Yeah, there's no technology.
Is he in this dream currently only having one arm right now?
You have another arm, but like it feels weird and numb and bad.
Yeah.
Your leg also feels weird and numb and bad, probably for similar reasons.
Yeah. All right. Okay. 18.
18. You are successfully able to reattach the strings and add new strings where those are required. Merope looks into the, I guess, shell of the piano, and she seems satisfied with your work, and she, like, picks at some of the strings, and she presses some of the keys, and they do make noise. They're still a little bit out of tune, but, she, like, shakes that off. She says, I know how to tune it. I just can't fix it. And she thanks you. She says, you've done a wonderful job.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you know how to play piano?
No, not at all.
Do you want to learn? You look like the kind of person who could use a couple hobbies.
That's okay. I think I have hobbies.
She looks at you like kind of like, yeah, weirdo.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's very nice of you, but it's quite all right.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a long trek back. Do you want to hang out for a little bit, wait out the storm, or?
Sure. Yeah. That would probably be smart.
Excellent. I am going to go make some tea. I'll be right back. And then she walks away, and she looks very pleased with herself. And that's when you wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. Dwyer just read the Alice doesn't have eyes description.
The implication that Alice is not gonna have eyes.
Yeah.
No, does he not?
Chubby, did you not
If
read all the item
if
description?
you read the Tanzanite, if you read
No,
the
I was.
Tanzanite
I think
Castle, which is
I
the
was
third
busy
holy
whenever-
blood, which is the third holy blood item. Like you have to have through holy blood in order to use it. The description is deployed to the front. My eyesight is starting to go. Do you think we could do something about that before I leave?
Who can say?
One or both eyes.
Oh god.
I guess we'll find out.
You sure will.
Wait, okay, when are we going?
Sunday.
We're going
Sunday.
Sunday. Hold on, I'm doing these supports now.
Okay.
Is this going to be a horror movie?
Is what going to be a horror movie?
Festival of Fools.
We've already got two guys with bones
What?
showing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more of a Halloween special.
Yeah.
I'm thinking less Friday the 13th and more like, I don't know, what's a good Halloween?
Scooby Doo.
Scooby Doo, yeah.
Yeah.
Scooby
With the dog.
Doo, or also like I was specific. I don't know why, but whenever I think of Halloween specials, I think of the Ant Farm Halloween special because of the Calling All the Monsters music video, which was a banger.
Mhm. Yeah.
But where like everything's it's the same as the first episode, except they're all like monsters.
Yeah. Sorry, Donna's attacking my laundry right now, so let me
Oh.
I'll be around. I
Hi,
just
Donna.
need to fix
Hi,
it.
Donna.
Donna, why? Why? You guys can continue.
Yeah, hold on, I'm just doing the supports.
Yeah. Remind me how a memory check works.
It's just a coin flip.
Okay.
That's in the
And-
manual if you want to look.
Okay.
How does Amalthea feel about Mikkel? Probably neutral. She doesn't care.
He is no
I-
her.
I'm so excited to see what Mikkel feels after having the biggest psychic battle of the century.
Hold on, I gotta highlight a bunch of stuff. And
Intimidation
did anything else
fight.
change? I don't think.
Not only,
anything else
my
changed.
favorite part is that not only did he fail to intimidate Valente intimidated him back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, I also have a question.
Mhm.
If I was like watching Godfried work on his blueprints, would Godfried even notice?
Probably not if he's in the zone. Why are you just like standing over his shoulder like a little?
No,
creep?
it's just like Edwin's definitely curious, but like he doesn't know how any of it works, and he doesn't want to ask Godfried while he's in the zone. So
Well, you can probably guess after some time of watching him
Yeah.
that he is in fact making a hand. Probably
Yeah.
for you.
yeah.
All right, hold on. I got supports. I will warn you, none of the major inter-character supports have changed. You guys are
It's
kind
mostly
of locked
just to
in
see
until
how
Edwin
much
gets that
Mikkel
game.
hates us.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yay!
Val got that D support. Let's go!
Oh my god.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Have-
god, Galba
wait.
hates you.
What did
Yeah,
you
he
do to
does because
Galba?
Nero complained about
Nero
Valente
talked
to
shit.
Galba.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Oh, Nero, you should not have an A support with that man. He does not care about you.
He does
He
not
hates.
care.
He dislikes you. He's a
He
D.
has-
Oh, girl, Miss Girl.
Girl.
Edwin got mad at Nero and she didn't even notice.
I think she did. It's
He
just-
likes Nero as much as he likes me.
I hate to tell you this, Trikey, on
Yeah.
behalf of Edwin.
Yeah.
But she does not take Edwin seriously enough
I
to
know.
take him as a threat other than, oh, the nerd got mad. That's kind of fun. That's different.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's gonna do it again then.
Good.
Yep.
Where's your rage? Rise!
Right.
Guys!
Now I'm gonna have to draw that.
Oh, please, 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 please.
Hodor and Uller
Yeah.
talking in the background. Where's your rage?
No, Edwin is having a terrible time in this town.
Yeah.
Sorry, was the implication of that dream we just had that Godfrey got laid? Is that what that was?
No,
say
because
no.
he failed.
Oh!
If you see the quote that was from the item description, he sucked at it. He did not.
Fucked
So
at
he
it.
would. Was the implication that he would have gotten laid if he had?
No! I don't think that's the implication.
Samantha.
I think the implication
Yeah.
is this is how Merope and Godfrey met.
Samantha,
Yeah, hey, what's up?
what was the implication supposed to be?
I don't know. It's up to interpretation, I think.
Oh Christ!
Merope,
That means that they
Girl.
were gonna fuck. She wanted to fuck
you
him,
can do
didn't she?
so much better.
She wanted to fuck him. I know you mentioned a few offhanded. You mentioned a few offhanded things about Godfrey and Merope in the past. I was like, are they divorced? Are they divorced or something?
I will say nothing.
Oh my god!
I will say absolutely nothing. You'd have to take this up with Godfrey or Merope.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
divorced.
I wonder what we're going to do that involves a very elaborate version of Truth or Dare in the next week or so.
I'm really giving you a lot of
Divorce.
ammo.
Yeah. Sam, are we still good for Sunday?
Yes,
And
what time? What time?
I thought it was going to be 1 EDT.
That should
Yeah.
be fine. Sunday?
Yeah.
That should be okay.
I will be awake by then, definitely.
Nice. Alright, yeah, 1 o'clock. I will see
Yeah.
you all there.
We did it.
Yeah.
Right.
Alright.
Alright, thank you all for Does anyone have any questions?
I feel like, hold on, let me look at
So
my-
we're on the next leg of this Thracia journey.
God, talk about a fetch quest.
Talk about a fetch quest. I was not
Yeah.
expecting, like, oh, there's more to the Thracia fun times.
Fire dragons.
Yeah, my
Uh-oh.
my notes are still like talk to Godfrey, but he's like doing something nice for Edwin right now, so Edwin doesn't want to interrupt him.
That's fair. Fair.
Yeah.
Edwin.
You have an S
And also
support.
we're like
You've got the
around
S
a
support
million
buffer.
people again. Yeah.
Yeah, but also, Sam, that was so fucking funny that Godfrey just threw the bread at Octavia.
Yeah, I was debating, like, oh, he probably wouldn't do that. And then I was like, oh, yeah, you got the sibling support. Never mind. He would do that.
Yeah,
Let's flip a
yeah,
coin.
of course you would.
Yeah.
And Octavia revels in it like, ha ha ha. Just like
I have
be
gotten you to
disappointed
be
in you.
foolish.
Got you. You can't even be mad at me. You did this yourself.
I tricked you into doing the marijuana. You fool.
Wait, I do have a question.
Yes.
When after Festival of Fools, when we wake up, are we just like booking it out of there first thing in the morning, or is there time to like
That's
shop?
up to you. That's up to you.
Okay.
I say
I-
like
we
same
just-
day we gotta go because Michaelis is kind of like, I don't want to see you guys until you
Yeah.
bring the
Yeah,
results.
his
McAllis, like, if I have to
He's-
talk to this old man for 5 more minutes, I'm gonna kill him. So go do
Yeah.
something so I don't.
his
And I was like, you
douchebag is
fucking
he
try.
wants us out in the morning.
You should fucking try.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Okay, does anyone have any other questions?
Nope.
Well, then, I think it's bedtime.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bedtime.
We did it again. We did it again. It's been like
We got
4
too
hours.
excited, guys.
Yeah,
5-hour
we got-
session.
I gotta shower and go to bed.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
also have to
same.
shower and listen to podcasts and do homework.
It is
Oh, yeah.
the same
Oh my
time in
God,
my time
good
zone
luck.
as it is in your time zone. You should go to bed.
Mm.
It is
See
Wednesday.
you later.
Hush,
night,
hush, hush,
gamers.
hush, 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 hush.
Mm-hmm.